crazy.
Get time. Come up through the struggle, not too many get to tell. Got up and shook it off every time we ever fail. Why do we fall? So we can learn to pick ourselves back up. Transportation make you happy when your life a living hell. Sirens jump behind us praying we don't go to jail. Window skimp, 2 attempts, handed bands over. Sicko hit, shot and missed, 2 to stand over.
Turn up.
Breadwinner, huh? Look who in the building. Let me check my Instagram, I might be at 1 million.
And I'm in.
Stone. You out your mind, I'm out mine, bet not flinch wrong. I'm on my grind, rock supplying like the Flintstones. Reputation on the line and the clips long. They 9 to 5 slang at 9, you get blitzed on. I walked out on the driver, Luke compressive. Bitch, I'm papered up. Diamonds glistening, rockin' feelings, I ain't tapered up. Get on your shit, get out your feelings, hating fake as fuck. Some feel I'm tripping how I'm living, I can't change it up. I'm praying, man, dropping change, case, break shit up. Might just be me, I'm in the strippers, ain't no breaking up. She talking reckless, bitch, whatever phone I'm hanging up. Dick so good, can't seem to keep this bitch away from her. If me and Nook could fuck your bitch, she wasn't made to love. My bad, hold on, I got my feelings right quick. Phone ringing while in a meeting, that's my dog calling. Won't point a finger, give a order, and they all stalking. Speech muted, pressing pause, no longer hearing voices. Became a boss, couple calls, I got steering choices. I said I was crazy, wasn't gonna be shit back in elementary. Bitches on my dick, fresh, stepping out McKinley. Hoop dreams never had, I'm trying to fetch a chicken. Say it's gangster, they go lump, hanging out the window. Trying to rob me, I got shot 2 weeks, he expired. Nigga burnt your truck, what up? Ain't nobody died. Lil' bright nigga came through spitting, wasn't no dumping back. D-Dub got off and then got ripped up, you ain't fuck with that. We on our knees praying daily, God brung him back. Putting them cookies in my daddy head, a fucking rat. My daddy don't want to sell me nothing, looked and brung the pack. Bone turned me up, but Slimmy says jacket bag.
I'm crazy. Sometimes I feel like I'm crazy, but I know I'm not crazy. Don't make me or break me. They say that I'm crazy. Sometimes I feel like I'm crazy, but I know I'm not crazy. And my mistakes don't make me. It's the way God made me. They say that I'm crazy. Labor asked me why you wanna name your album name. I'm touching on the cause, hell, how I answer that. They say I'm crazy for having all these baby mamas, but I was young, they was fresh, so I raw dogged them. Phone ringing, don't even answer, that's my dog calling. Some shit I'm trying to look over, he ready to offer. Boosting music, this the best shit on the market. Can't be crazy, I got on the road, sons and daughters. Can't be crazy, I ain't never toot my nose with powder. I done throw around plenty niggas, toot they nose with powder. 23-hour lockdown, 2 years of cold showers. Couldn't turn me crazy and couldn't turn me soft. They tried to take my life, but they couldn't take my power. Nobody testified, I know they hate my power. They say she crazy, but fucking with all them baller niggas. Get your money, girl, break all them niggas. Shit, they ducks anyway. They say that I'm crazy, and sometimes I feel like I'm crazy, but I know I'm not crazy. And my mistakes don't make me or break me. They say that I'm crazy, and sometimes I feel like I'm crazy, but I know I'm not crazy. And my mistakes don't make me. It's the way God made me. They say that I'm crazy. I ain't crazy.
We Japanese still. You getting cooked in front of your family like a Japanese meal. It's Yashuba Hibachi, and none of you niggas can stop me. All right, we back, y'all. As promised, we are going to deal with the video response that Gorilla Hebrew made towards the community after we were aware of his haplogroup. And again, disclaimer, a haplogroup doesn't make or break you. And when I say that, I mean it doesn't determine if you're evil, good, condemned, or any of that. It just elucidates ancestry. That's all we're here to do, is talk about elucidating ancestry, revealing people's ancestry. And as we brought out in yesterday's show, R1B is most definitely a European marker, right? We showed that signature has an ancient presence in Europe. We showed papers dealing with the ancient burials that are in the mainland Europe that stretch back 9,000 years before present. So we know that. So if it is about the truth and it is about the things that we can prove, scriptures say, you guys always talk about the scriptures say prove all things. And, this matter can be proven, right? So we're going to review his video response and deal with a few of the talking points he made during the video. Before we get started, let's introduce some of the Yap Gang members. We got our brother, the savant from the Levant, Avery. What's going on? Okay, maybe my brother wasn't ready. We got True Rule the Hebrew. What's happening, brother?
Shalom, shalom. How's it going?
It's going, man. We got a tall task to do today, man.
Shalom. I'm sorry. Did you call my name? I was doing something.
Yeah, I was introducing you.
Oh, shalom. Hey, everybody. Shalom. Yap.
Yap. All right. So today we're going to crack this video and talk about some of the things that GRLA Hebrew and the statements GRLA Hebrew and the other brother made concerning lineage, ancestry, and DNA. But spoiler alert, he's going to try to dispel DNA, but you can't. Trying to discredit DNA is like trying to discredit oxygen. It's just a property. It's real. It's material. It's something you can't get around, right? We all have it, right? It's just like saying, blood is not real. No, our blood is real, right? Oxygen is real. So just one of those things. Tanks on the ground in the building. Shalom. Shalom to Curtis Lee. Shalom to Plumantis. Shalom to Avi Aki Dos Lobitos. Shalom. Zaya in the building. Shalom. All right, so we're gonna play this video, and if you guys want me to pause it at any time, let me know, and you guys can give your input. A few points that I want to tackle is his statements about being related to oppressors. His statements on Albert Einstein. They made commentary about haplogroups as a whole. They even called it pseudoscience, which is very interesting. And they also stated they seem to think that King Tut has our genetic marker. So we're going to deal with that as well. We're going to unveil that. So
Also,
go ahead, brother.
Also, a lot of things that they said mirrors a lot of Teo's talking points. So I'm going to actually pull up some of Teo's videos. I'm not going to play it. But when GRLA Hebrew gets to some of his talking points, I'm just going to share my screen and just show a little bit of what Teo would say and what he said. And this seems to be the standard talking points of Hebrew Israelites when it comes to DNA, especially E1B1A and things of that nature. So, but I'll let the video play, and when it gets to it, I'll show y'all just some of the things.
Man, hold on. Before we get into this video, a light bulb just went off in my head. Let me see if I can pull this up. There's something interesting that he said in a prior video in regards to DNA. Avery, you might know what I'm talking about without saying it. I got somebody put a bug in my ear earlier, and I seen a clip, and I felt that it was very interesting. So if I can get that video to load, I'll bring it up.
By the way, I see Orthodox Moore in the building.
Hey, Shalom Moore. I think Moore need to be in here, man. Hey,
I was thinking that too.
You know his email?
Yeah, I can send it to his Facebook.
Yeah, send it to him for me. Right. King Tut is R1B. We're gonna discuss that.
All right, Moore. I'm gonna send you, if you can hear me. I'm gonna send you the link to Facebook Messenger, and you can just copy and paste it to your email or something, or copy and paste it to Google, and you'll be able to hop on.
We got Shawn Michaels in the building.
Messenger.
Shalom, fam. What's yappening?
Yeah. All right, man. Let's get into this first clip. And I don't know if everyone is privy of this one yet, so I'm going to show this one. Watch this.
That's the E1B1A group or haplogroup. When you come across the people of Ethiopia, the people of Sudan, they're not E1B1A. So it's showing you that Africans are not one common people. It has to be that these West Africans, Nigerians, people of Ghana, Mali, they had to come from somewhere else. All right. The people of Sudan, the people of Ethiopia, the people of East Africa, for the most part, and you have some Israelites mingled among them, are not the same people as the West Africans, man. We don't have a common gene. So there's at least two different types of people in Africa so far.
So this is Tahar from he's the head of the GMS camp, and he's making a video. I didn't even know they made a video about DNA, but he tried to discuss DNA, and he said there's at least two different lineages in Africa. There's actually more. You can see on the screen. You can see a bunch of lineages in Africa. So if anyone's saying Africans are all the same thing, that's just that's misinformation. But this is interesting because I think SICARRI actually responds to Tahar about his claims on E1B1A. I want you guys to pay attention to this.
The people of Sudan, the people of Ethiopia are not. They do not possess the haplogroup E1B1A.
So you think you're moving us with your E1B1A Bantu pseudoscience? Trust me. Give me 15 minutes with you asking you questions about your whole E1B1A pseudoscience ideology. This dude I just seen a video where he said the majority of Africa is E1B1A Bantu. Number one, the majority of Bantu people don't all have the same Y and aren't in the same haplogroup. And it's a lot of Bantu that got a Central European haplogroup.
Did y'all catch that?
Yeah, which is everything he said was pretty false.
It was false, but he does understand that there are Africans or sub-Saharan Africans that have Central European haplogroup.
Oh, yeah, good catch, yeah.
But now he doesn't seem to understand it. I think this is I just don't understand. You understood this in 2020.
Playing dumb, basically, what he's doing now is what you kind of feel.
Yeah, I'm like, it's kind of strange. You understood that you have Africans with European markers in 2020, but 2022, you're pointing to Sudan and saying, oh, that's the origin.
Yep.
I'm going to continue to play this clip.
I'm talking about millions of them. So what are you talking about? That stuff is so pseudo and nonsense, and we can deal with all of it.
Elder Gabar, hypocritical, double-minded Guido. Why don't we talk about you asking High Priest Yeshaya back at the school what's going to be the future of somebody whose grandfather is Italian, Gabar? The gloves are off.
So it seems to me that European ancestry does matter. Because why would he pose that question? Maybe Guerrilla Hebrew can clear that up. Why did he say that? Or why did he bring that up as a dagger or a counterpoint? What if we found out that your grandfather was Italian or somebody's grandfather was Italian? So clearly there's an understanding that there are Africans with European markers or European patrilineal descent. And there was a question at the end that was kind of cryptic, but I find it very intriguing. Avery, Sean, or anybody got any commentary on the clip we just watched?
Yeah. Two questions have to be posed now. One, like you said, what are those European markers you're talking about that are in Africa? And two, why are you saying that these markers are not African or not European anymore, but there's something else? Like, those are two good questions to ask.
Can you answer the question on the screen?
You brothers don't identify as the sons of the biblical Israelites. You brothers don't identify as I identify as being a descendant of the proto-Israelite population.
All right, so brother Tuvi,
Proto means first, by the way.
You got your answer, brother. All right, so let's get to the clip. We got swinging and banging from Atlanta, Canaan, James the Argument King in the building. Shalom.
Hey, Shalom, Mike. What's good, man? I'm just, I'm here to get into that video, man.
Yeah, man. I'm gonna pull it up, man. It's 7 now, so I'm trying to make sure that we can do this, orderly and decent, decent in order. However you say it, you know the phrase. We got our brother Moore in the building.
Yeah, Shalom, fam.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna share my screen, and we're gonna get right into this video.
I'm assuming, by the way, we're going to skip all the scripture talk. Like some of the scripture talk, we're going to have the speed.
I was thinking because they don't get to the DNA to about 30 minutes in, right? 40 minutes in.
Yeah, it takes them a while. They go through Bible verses and all this stuff.
I was thinking about that. Hold on.
Straight to the presentation, you know what I'm saying?
I think it's right here.
I can't remember because he sprinkles in haplogroups even within the first 30 seconds. Like I was thinking maybe the speed could be turned up, like him doing the verses, all that.
All right, hold on. Let me see.
Turn it all the way up.
That's a lot to get through, bro.
Oh, you think so?
This is gonna be one of them 5-hour yap joints.
All right, I'm gonna skip to the 40-minute mark.
Yeah,
okay,
straight to the
we can do that. Yeah, we can do that. Yeah.
Hey, real quick, look at these brothers, man. Look at their phenotype. Is it fair for them? Is it fair for them to call other people white? I'm just
not
question.
Really. They look
like
or quadroon.
Is that red in his beard?
I'm just saying, like I'm being fair, bro. I know brothers are gonna hate me for this. I'm just.
Hey, it's the measuring stick that they use, isn't it?
They go around using that terminology, brother.
I mean, they definitely don't look Nigerian.
All right, we don't phenotype, but these brothers, Israelites do that. So I'm just putting it out there.
I can go in there and I can see I'm related to my father. My father is my father. I can see I'm related to my uncle, my grandmother, my cousins, first cousins, second cousins, third cousins. But it gets to a point where you get so far away that now it loses its force and its validity, right? And that'll be demonstrated here momentarily. Do you know that when I put in my DNA to Ancestry and my 23andMe, I got over 5,000 hits, but only about 10 of them are more than 1% match with me. All the rest of the 5,000 are less than 1% match, right? Because people all over the world share at least a little piece of DNA. If you believe that everybody descends from an atom, for example, then everybody's going to share a certain amount of DNA, right? It just is what it is. So that's irrelevant. But it's good to see who somebody's father is, uncle. It could go a couple generations. With Hassad, people don't know, everybody doesn't know, but Hassad, if you'll go Meet Hassad's Pops on the Urban Gorilla channel, you'll know that Hassad's father was adopted. He was given up for adoption 5 years old, right? So he doesn't know his family. So I said, hey, Hassad, I took this Ancestry. I really just took it for the hell of it. I wouldn't tell anybody that. It's not going to tell you you're an Israelite, so don't worry about that. Hassad, take it. Maybe you'll get some hits on your family. Hassad, did you get hits on your family? Who'd you find?
I
found my aunt, my dad's sister.
Your aunt, your dad's sister. When the last time your auntie seen your dad?
1976.
Your dad was 5, right?
Something like that.
5 years old. He was able to reconnect his father to his long lost sister and siblings and grandma and aunties and things like that. Through it, if you're trying to find people you don't really know your relatives, and Ancestry can help, but they may not. Some people in your family may have never went to Ancestry or my 23andMe. So it's a shot in the dark, but you could try it if you need to get a connection back to your family, because now that's your father's mother's side. On your father's father's side, did you get hits?
Oh, it's my father's father's side?
Yeah.
I didn't get much on my father's
Didn't get much. So what we had to actually do was collect data from his father's mother's side on what they knew about Hassan's grandfather, right? Brother from Louisiana, living in Watts, driving a caddy, right? And we got a
Yeah, because
vicinity,
a
a general
Cadillac makes you
vicinity
Israel,
of
baby.
where he was living at the time. And then we put word to the street. Shout out to the brother Papa, put word to the street. Our brothers out there in Watts, brothers family deeply rooted out there in the city of good old Watts. And we were able to locate Hassan's family in Watts on his father's side. That was without the DNA though. But we were able to find and reunite Hassan's father with his long lost siblings through Ancestry.com. So it's good for that. But when we're talking about the ancient origins of somebody, it is not reliable for that, because what you're dealing with is inferred DNA, right? Now, an inference is not just a guess. An inference rather is a conclusion based on evidence. Don't get it twisted. But it's not emphatic. But it's not absolute. Our people really are sick, and we just believe whatever the white man say. Again, this doesn't invalidate DNA science entirely. It invalidates it when come to tracking the ancient origins of people. Ancient. We're talking antiquity. Just for the record, let me Google what antiquity is.
Did you want to? Well, actually, no.
Right?
Yeah, we got to pause that up here.
Well, let him get to the definition of antiquity.
Yeah,
and then we'll.
Antiquity definition. Antiquity, the ancient past, especially the period before the Middle Ages. Right? What's another word for the Middle Ages? The Dark Ages. Right?
Or right there. So DNA cannot go back to antiquity, can't go back to the Dark Ages. So I guess we can pull up some DNA papers that go beyond that, like the Bronze Age and stuff, the Neolithic. Let me pull something up really quick.
I mean, we yesterday I say we pulled up a lot of papers and stuff, kind of talking about the points. I mean, I think the point to be made is, look, his Y chromosome is R1B, as he states. So the fact of the matter is there are mutations on his Y chromosome that can be traced all the way back to different founders of different mutations. So we can, without a shadow of a doubt, trace his R1B all the way back to the basal R from which it would have stemmed. And we have ancient DNA from bodies that we found that has been dug up and sequenced that has basal R, and it wasn't in Africa like he was trying to insinuate his R could have been from.
Right. I was going to use E as an example because I don't know too many papers with R, but I'll just pull up a sample with E that kind of illustrates ancient DNA and how we can trace ancient DNA. But I'm about to share my screen here in a few minutes or seconds. So here, hold on, give me a second. Let me find this. Here we go. So here is just a chart showing various samples of E in the Levant. Since DNA can't go back. Here it is. Since DNA can't go back to past antiquity, So we have from the Rafat cave in Israel, the Natufian sample, a couple different Natufian samples, going back how far? 12,700 YBP. YBP means beyond. Excuse me, not beyond. It means years before present.
Correct.
So we have E-M35, E-M35, basically a lot of E1Bs. And we have it in Jordan in the pre-pottery Neolithic B. So that's the Neolithic period of the Levant, about 10,000 years ago. So yeah, DNA goes all the way back past the antiquity. We have a sample in Chalcolithic Israel. Chalcolithic, that's the Copper Age, another E sample. We have a sample in Syria, Ebla, an ancient Semitic civilization, by the way. EMBA stands for Early Middle Bronze Age, E sample. Hatzor, Middle Bronze Age, period 1 through 2, Israel. Hatzor is pretty interesting as well if you know the scriptures, because Joshua and the Israelites burnt down Hazor. Then we have Lebanon, Hellenistic, E1B, and then we have what? Lebanon, Middle Ages. So we have samples from the Middle Ages, Lebanon in the Levant, an E1B sample. So we most definitely have DNA samples that can go from the Middle Ages all the way to the Neolithic and Mesolithic. Does anybody want to?
Yeah, if I can, let me jump in right quick. Like, so I was in their chat when they were live on the video, and I asked them if they were taking the same position that Teo Ministries takes, in the sense to where they affirm autosomal DNA and the fact that science can be used to trace paternity in a local setting, but they don't trust haplogroup science in terms of being able to trace ancient DNA in terms of lineage and whatnot. And so you pretty much heard them affirm that here. So question to the Yap gang: why is autosomal DNA not superior to testing the sex chromosome in terms of paternal lineage going into antiquity? How far back can we get certain matches on autosomal DNA, and how unlikely is it that we will be able to get an ancient match for autosomal DNA in terms of being able to find paternal lineage?
I'm seeing now when we write this book that we're gonna have to dedicate a whole chapter to what you just said, because it's so much confusion out there. To answer your question, it's about what, 8 to 10 generations at the most. You know, if you're lucky, 500 years, 10 generations, it takes you back 300 years. So autosomal DNA doesn't stretch back, and autosomal DNA does not give you direct ancestry. And what that means is autosomal DNA will pick up markers from your paternal grandmother, right? And your maternal grandfather. So you keep stretching that back, and that number keeps compounding. So when you're looking at autosomal DNA, you're looking at the DNA of about 1,000. If you go back 300 years, about 1,056 ancestors. And you do not directly descend from all of them. You just share autosomal DNA with them because someone along your line interbreeded with them. They admix with them. So autosomal DNA shows admixture, not direct ancestry. The answer to the second part of your question, can you use it to connect with ancient people? No, you cannot, because if we're saying we're Israelites, yes, we descend from E markers, but that doesn't mean we have the same autosomal profile, because many of us spent thousands of years in Western Central Africa. So we were admixing with the locals of Western Central Africa. So our autosomal DNA will reflect that population, not a Near Eastern population. So no, you can't. Our DNA, our autosomal does not match the samples that you see on the screen. Does not match the Natufians, does not match the ancient Canaanites, does not match those people, because we spent majority of our time in recent times mixing with the locals of Western and Central Africa. Anybody else want to add to that?
I think you covered everything.
Yeah, I'm going to jump back in when they start talking about Adam, because that was there's a common, for the people who make the autosomal argument and try to dispel the haplogroups. A, we find they come from a certain set of haplogroups, but B, we find that they have this basic concept of if you come, that everyone should have the same haplogroup as Adam, right? Like all males should have the same haplogroups as Adam and whatnot. And I'll touch on it then when it gets brought up, but there's a real important point that needs to be made there.
All right, let me get back to the video. Yeah, man. I mean, like I said, we're gonna dedicate a whole chapter to this autosomal madness, man. Maybe we're gonna name the chapter "Autosomal Madness."
The Dark Ages end in 1492, right? So they begin a few centuries before that. So that is the time I'm talking about. You really can't get much past the 1700s with your DNA test, and I'm going to demonstrate that here momentarily through the Spirit of the Most High. Right? But I just want all that on the record before we go forward. As y'all can see here, Guerrilla Hebrew, DNA exposed, European. Question. Number one.
Hey, pause real quick. Right there, he was just
acknowledging
that so he's going to show you his DNA timeline from 23andMe, which is an autosomal timeline. So he didn't get the timeline quite correct, but he lets you know that basically like you can't go that far back with autosomal DNA. Right there.
For me to have European DNA, it's no secret I have a white mother, right? So I should have European DNA, number one. But of course, we're talking about haplogroups. So let's just go. Here's a picture of my DNA timeline. This is important. It's showing you when the individual was born who contributed this to my DNA. As you can see, the farthest back, it says 8+, beginning in 1720. That's the oldest part of my DNA that's trackable. And it says Sudanese. That's East Africa, Southeast Africa, right? Important to know. Well, not Southeast, but East Africa / Southeast Africa. 1720. That's like my 8th great-grandparent, right? Sudanese. That's the oldest part of my DNA. I'll go into why that's important to note and interesting to note. I brought it out. It was the introductory premise of my presentation about being from the tribe of Levi, right?
He kind of killed himself here too, because in the debate, and Guerrilla Hebrew, if you're watching, I want you to actually know so you can learn. You actually kill yourself here because it says 1750, 1720. So even if we took this on face value and said this means you directly descend from someone that was in Sudan, this will only be around 1720. That's not origins times. When these haplogroups form, you said it yourself, it's thousands and thousands of years in the past. So there's no way this could be talking about the origin of haplogroup R. Come on, brother, you should know that. Like the time frame doesn't even line up, even if we're taking this, at face value, like you're doing. But anyway, all these components just means that your peoples have admixed with groups of people that have these genes. Does not mean you directly descend from the Sudanese. You could have easily got these genetic signatures horizontally, not vertical. Vertical transmission of genes means you get it from your mother or your father. Horizontal is everyone in between, people that your family members admix with.
So real quick, I want to point out that so we know for a fact, like, so the question is like, so where would you get Sudanese and Southeast African DNA, etc., in the slave trade? So we know for a fact, I keep pounding the table on the fact that we know that there was 542,000 slaves taken from the coast of Mozambique and Madagascar and whatnot, right? And so that's where a lot of us get this DNA from. What's real important to touch on, and I'll be definitely touching on it going forward, is where this Spanish and Portuguese DNA gets introduced in between the Sudanese and Southeast African, because the two major parties that were taking slaves from those ports in Mozambique were the French and were the Portuguese, mainly the Portuguese, both of which are carriers of RM269.
Right. I mean, he even has segments from Spanish and Portugal and British and Irish. Right. So we even see that. And real quick, this is what I'm talking about. This is BHI. This is BHI language all throughout this. The Lord will put you to death, false prophets. So, I mean, you can say what you want to say, but what we're here to do is to educate And that type of thinking is what is poisoning the well in the Black Hebrew Israelite community. And this is why the Black Hebrew Israelite community is going to continue to erode away and fizzle away.
I just like to point out that one day everybody's going to die. So, I mean, technically, it's kind of redundant statement.
Yeah, in one of the books I read, it says all you can do is send me back to my Lord faster. So
I don't know if he was necessarily busting shots at us, but the statement itself is representative of what, Hebrew or Black Hebrew Israelites like to do. They like to sit there and cast dispersions at people just because they don't necessarily agree with them. Now, I'm not trying to condemn nobody when I'm up here saying, I'm just stating the matter of fact. The matter of fact is, even looking at this now, all this autosomal he's going through, for a matter of fact, don't matter. None of it matters, because what they're talking about is his Y chromosome when they're saying he descends from European men. That's what they're trying to tell him. Your Y chromosome is R1B. It goes back to European men. For him to go through all his autosomal and talk about he get this from his mama, that from his mama, that's all irrelevant to the point everyone's trying to make to him. The point they're making to you is your Y chromosome, that R1B, is not even the African variant he tries to push it towards. It's the same one that these European men that you call the devil, that you call Esau, carry. So you have been calling yourself the devil and yourself Esau because you are the son of those men. And you have condemned your own self. And that's what we're trying to get these people to realize. Like, you could be condemning yourself out here and don't even know it, just because you've been indoctrinated to view something a certain way. All this stuff goes deeper than skin tone. All this stuff even goes deeper than DNA. I mean, I think we've all been on the record to go ahead and say that the most important thing is to keep the Lord's commandments and have faith in Christ from our perspective, and keeping the commandments overall, for sure. So if any heathen keeps the commandments of God, we think that in the end they'll be saved from eternal destruction. And that's what really matters. But when it comes down to the matter of fact that your Y chromosome goes back to the same white European men that you condemn and say prepare slaughter for his sons, you've condemned yourself to slaughter. And you need to think about that, whether you like it or not. This ain't about feelings. This ain't about us hating on you like you go through a long spiel of people just doing it because they hate you. No, this is about the facts. And the fact of the matter is you descend from those European men.
Yeah, well said. Well said. If you have a Y chromosome marker, the only way you can get it is through sex and reproduction, through descent. That's the only way you can inherit it. So if you have the same markers as majority of Western Europe, then you share the same paternal ancestors. It's just basic, simple logic. All right. So,
but then we see some other things. So we see some European, of course, in my DNA, right? We see British and Irish, and we see Spanish and Portuguese right there, right? Let's explain this. British and Irish. So it says it's giving you an estimate. We got to give it credit for margin of error, right? It gives an estimate that the person who introduced the British and or Irish into my DNA was born in between 1960 and 1930. My mother was born in 1972, right? So that's where the British/Irish come from. My mother is almost entirely Irish. Both her father and her mother are from County Cork in Ireland.
Check this out.
County Cork. It's in Southern Ireland.
Wait a minute. Let me go back. I'm sorry, y'all. I wanted to say this. Someone said that this is slander.
As you can see,
someone stated that this is slander. So 23andMe is slandering people because all he's doing is reading his 23 results. He told us his 23 results, and we're explaining to you what that means and what that entails. That's not slander. That's elucidating the ancestry. The problem with Black Hebrew Israelites is they want people to give them a feel-good message and a feel-good sermon like you get in the Christian church. And I thought you guys were diametrically opposed to the church, but more and more I'm learning that you guys are no different than any other religious organization,
For
even though you
real,
claim to
though.
be distinct. You want to feel good message when data and facts become the brick wall. You want to try to find a way to go around it. You can't get around DNA transmission and how it works. The only way you can get a Y chromosome is through the act of sex, meaning you can only get that through descent. Your father would have to pass that down. His father had R1B. His grandfather had R1B. His great-grandfather had R1B. Great-great-grandfather, stretching all the way back to the archfather of R1B. There's no way around that. That's not slander. That's elucidating the ancestry.
And to be clear, I think the majority of us would agree that haplogroup R would be amongst the mixed multitude of Israel when it first started out. Yeah.
I think it was sprinkled in there. I won't deny that. And it's also not slander to that brother to tell him, hey, you have condemned yourself this whole time because you are the sons that you have condemned. That's not slandering him. That should be a reality check to him. You know what I mean? And that's our duty. We ain't supposed to sit there and see, because I still consider him my brother. I mean, I don't know about other people. I still consider him my brother. We ain't supposed to see our brother going off teaching false information and not correct our brother on it. I mean, brother, you descend from those European males. If you want to connect to Israel, then brother, you're a sojourner. There's nothing wrong with being a sojourner. Nothing at all. I mean, that's how the Most High set it up. He said anybody that wants to, come in amongst us, all they have to do is keep his commandments. That's it. Circumcise themselves. And they'll be as one born in the nation of Israel. And I'm going to treat you like that. But your DNA shows that you come from a different lineage than most African American males.
And on top of that, there's a whole bunch of people in your squad that's going to call themselves Issachar and Ephraim and all the type of stuff. They got haplogroup R as well. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you would actually take DNA test of all the SICARRI, you're going to get E. You're going to get R. You're going to get some J. You know what I'm saying? You're probably going to get some I and some G. You're probably going to get a whole bunch of stuff. You know what I'm saying? But like, it just is what it is, fam. Like, but that's not a bad thing, right? Alazar, like, you can, like, bruh, I'm actually reaching out to you right now, bro. Like, you have a position to change a lot of things in the game for a positive way, right? But at the same point in time, you can shift things in a real negative way. And this is an anti-science shift, right? We're in the time span to where we're in the time frame where, like, people are trying to unify science and spirituality, whatnot, in the sense where, like, we're trying to use science to prove what the Bible's talking about. Even people who have a young Earth model like you, fam, have scientific ways of dealing with haplogroups and all that type of stuff. They don't reject haplogroups because of time. They put their model inside that, right? Like, please don't reject science right now, fam. That's not a good look for people holding the book and whatnot, bro. It could be done way better than this, fam. Way better than this.
It's especially not good for our black youth. They need to be educated, and they mostly are becoming educated.
And here's the truth, bro. Like, so on an autosomal level, like, no one's saying that you don't autosomally connect to actual tribes in West Africa that have Israelite traditions and whatnot, right? No one's saying that, right? Like, the difference is and this needs to be understood, right? Like, so let's say 23andMe was able to show they show like Ashkenazi Jewry, right? But if let's say they were able to show like Bantu Jewry, whatnot, right? Bruh, you'd be like 20-30% Bantu Jew, right? Ain't no one saying that's not the case autosomally, right? No one's saying you don't genetically connect to them, you don't epigenetically connect. We're saying on a scientific level, you don't paternally connect to these people, right? So there's different ways to go around this. People aren't trying to reject your connection wholesale, fam. So don't take it that way. And people in the chat need to understand that this is very nuanced and whatnot. And no one's saying he doesn't connect 100%, no kind of way, shape or form. It's just different than what people think it is.
Right. And instead of going on the streets, and here's another thing. Isn't it ironic? Because I was a part of a camp, so y'all can't say y'all don't do this. You go on the street and you go up there and say, cry aloud, spare not. right? Meaning anybody could get it, right? No matter what, long as it's the truth. You guys stand by that credo. But once we do that and we present the facts, no matter who's involved, y'all get upset because you guys are fans of these people. You're fans. It's not about if the information is correct, right? And that's across the board. Afrocentrics do this, the Abos do this, and Black Hebrew Israelites got it bad. When it's their guy, they don't want anybody to say anything about it. And here's another thing. Take some time out and read the dictionary. What does the word slander mean? Make false and damaging statements. We're not making false statements. He himself in this video states that he has R1B. R1B is the paternal marker with a high prevalence in Western Europe. There's no way around that. That's not slander. That's not false. And the only way you will say that is damaging is because this guy has been going around, and many of his cohorts and many people from the Black Hebrew Israelite ideology has been going around saying the white man's the devil. They're gonna die. They're gonna be enslaved. Well, damn, you got the same paternal marker as them, meaning you share the same forefathers. You come from the same family tree. There's no way around it. All right, that's all we're saying. Clean up your doctrine. Thank you, Elkhan. The fact is not slander.
Farthest back, it says 8+, beginning in 1720. That's the oldest part of my DNA that's trackable. And it says Sudanese. That's East Africa, Southeast Africa, right? Important to know. Well, not Southeast, but East Africa / Southeast Africa. 1720. That's like my 8th great-grandparent, right? Sudanese, that's the oldest part of my DNA. I'll go into why that's important to note and interesting to note. I brought it out. It was the introductory premise of my presentation about being from the tribe of Levi, right? Interesting facts there. But then we see some other things. So we see some European, of course, in my DNA, right? We see British and Irish, and we see Spanish and Portuguese right there, right? Let's explain this. British and Irish. So it says it's giving you an estimate. We got to give it credit for margin of error, right? It gives an estimate that the person who introduced the British and or Irish into my DNA was born in between 1960 and 1930. My mother was born in 1972, right? So that's where the British / Irish come from. My mother is almost entirely Irish. Both her father and her mother are from County Cork in Ireland, right? County Cork. It's in Southern Ireland. Her mother's mother, right, is from England. So that's where the English and British come from. I mean, the British and Irish come from. I know that, right? So this is where I can get down with the DNA, even though there's a little margin of error, because it is in alignment with what I already know about my ancestry, about my history, about my genealogy, right? Then we see all kind of sub-Saharan African here, of course, Nigerian, Ghanaian and Liberian, Angolan and Congolese, Senegambian, right? Then we see Southern East African, right? Indigenous American, Native American, Spanish and Portuguese, and we see Sudanese again at the oldest, right? So, of course, my grandmother, my father's mother, is part Native American.
That Spanish and Portuguese might be the source. A lot of people saying French, but it might be
That's what I was just thinking, bro.
100%, fam. And when he shows his ancestry.com page, look at his map, right? Because I'm gonna point some stuff out on that map when it comes up. Because he points out like the British, the Irish, and all that type of stuff. But when you actually look at the other places that are highlighted and whatnot, it's like, so he tries to say here that it's supposed to be French, but it says Spanish, Portuguese, but he knows it's really French. But even the ancestry test says Spanish, Portuguese, and a whole bunch of other Southern Mediterranean.
Yeah, I think that's it, because he claims that his paternal line comes through through Haiti, and we know Haiti was dominated by the Spanish at one point in time.
I mean,
right?
it wouldn't. I don't think it would necessarily matter because France had a lot of R1B too. Charlemagne, who pretty much reconquered most of those lands from the Moors and stuff.
Yeah, the French are 60%. they're 60% R1B, but like so.
Yeah.
But at the same point in time, like he doesn't really. It's not a lot of French. You'll see him on my Ancestry, right? Like it's a small part of like Southern France, but so he tries on here on the. I think on the Ancestry, he'll try to show to her like a part of his. He tries to link the French stuff to his mom in a weird kind of way, right? Like see, like this part with my mom. Like he tries to play around with the French and Spanish. I think like so. You were talking about the autosomal don't matter. Sometimes the autosomal matters when you find out something you didn't recognize, right? When you find out a part of history you didn't know, right? Like when you think that there was French interaction with it, might have really been Spanish Portuguese. Like you find that stuff out here, you know what I'm saying? And this is I'm saying like so if he's got a DNA from East Africa coming in at a certain time period or whatnot, along with that Spanish Portuguese, I'm just saying it makes sense that he came like his family came across like that person came across on a Spanish Portuguese ship, and that's where you could possibly see this intermixing happening. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it could be either or, but seeing it ping right there, you know.
I mean,
So
yeah. Plus,
it's
plus,
possible.
it looks like it's nothing but African almost after that until it gets to about where his mother was born. I mean,
Yeah,
it kind of lines up to like one of those Spaniards or Portuguese mixed with a African or Native American woman who had some East African ancestry, and then from there on, they were intermixing in the African, quote unquote, African American community until his mother came along.
right. So your autosomal DNA is pretty much a snapshot of 10% of your ancestry within the last 300 to 500 years. Um, and this is a testament to the African American experience here in the Americas. These are the three groups that we pretty much are comprised of: European, African, and Native Americans. So there's nothing shocking here. But again, it doesn't eliminate your direct paternal ancestry. I mean, your father, all the way back to your father. And you can't morph your doctrine now because you guys been saying this. The Bible is going off patrilineal descent, right? You guys agree to this. You guys teach this. You guys speak this. You guys believe this. You say that you are who your father is, which I agree with. But if you are who your father is, you're just going to have to keep it a bean, man. Let me answer this here. God Servative says, aren't the Aboriginal Europeans so-called black? Then he follows up and says, so they aren't European markers in Africa. It's the reverse. Anybody want to tackle that?
Well, the second one, I'll say no, they are European. I guess you're talking about the RV88. They are European markers that are in Africa. And what was that first one you had said?
He said, aren't the Aboriginal Europeans so-called black?
Man, I hate when they use that term because scientifically, if you're using the term black, you're talking about us as in African Americans most of the time when you're using that term black. But a lot of times, I know us as black people use the term as in skin tone itself. They were a dark-skinned people, yes, but their descendants, their literal descendants, are the white people, or the people we call white today. Then they just the skin tone changed because of they say what the migration of is the Yamnaya, ain't it? If
That
I'm
is
not
correct.
mistaken.
That
Yeah,
is
the
correct.
Yamnaya migration into it, bringing farming into the region, caused the change in the skin tone, but they still descend from those people.
Quick
Yeah.
question: when you see a change like that, are you talking about mutations and polymorphisms?
Alleles. When it comes to skin tone.
Yeah, it's allele.
Yeah, Aboriginal Europeans carried haplogroup I. They were Western European hunter-gatherers, and they had a completely different genome from a Nigerian. So they were dark-skinned. Yeah, Aboriginal Europeans were dark-skinned, but they carried haplogroup I and had a different genome. They were not Nigerian. They were not Bantu. They were not Kenyan. They were their own thing.
Yep. All black folk ain't the same folk, man. You gotta understand that. The Negritos have their own paternal and maternal lineages. The Andaman Islanders have their own maternal and paternal lineages. Dravidians, their haplogroup H, their FM89 lineages. They are related to the Cro-Magnons. So just because you see dark-skinned people, the Australian Aborigines, Aboriginals. They have their own. I think the haplogroup C. They have their own paternal lines. They have their own branch that they go back to on the phylogenetic tree. So just because you see black people doesn't mean that means, oh, that's a direct relative or a recent relative. So keep that in mind. Look in Africa. You got Paleo Africans that have haplogroup A and B. We do not share the same paternal ancestry with them by and large. Now you have some African Americans that do have A and B, but that just shows that it's diversity within the Black American genetic matrix, right?
Shout out to 93.
Shout out to 93, and shout out to Rob Bourne, Agent A00.
The original man.
Right.
American, right? So that's where the Native American comes in at. And then we have the Spanish and Portuguese, right? So we also have to give a regional margin of error because according to my ancestry, I don't have Spanish or Portuguese. It's French. It's Northwestern Europe. Parts of France are included in that, right? Now, I know emphatically that around this time that's here in about 1830, as I'm getting ready to demonstrate, I have a great-great-great-grandmother whose father is a Frenchman. His mother was a Black woman, right? I'm getting ready to go into that now. So that's where that's introduced. So this is, if there's all this European or I'm a European, when we look here, the only two European contributions on this timeline are from women, not from men. Are from my great-great-great-grandmother, right? And my mother, British and Irish.
And you know what's ironic about him stating that as well? Because even within the Ghanaian, Liberian, Sierra Leone, Angolan, Congolese, and Senegambian, more Ghanaian, what's the other one I see? And Sudanese. Even within these groups, and he even said it in a clip earlier, you still have Central European markers there. So the autosomal profile will be West African, right? And match the locals because they've been admixing with them for thousands of years. But you still can have European paternal markers amongst them. Even he realized that in 2020.
Yeah, like
right?
the T markers amongst the Fulani.
Yeah, T markers, the R markers amongst the Fulani. And he's going to go on and say that there's R markers in Africa. Yeah, but what do you think the autosomal profile is going to be if they've been in Africa and having sex and reproducing with other Africans? It's common sense.
Irish, and then of course Iberian in the French area there. Yes, so
Yeah.
you want to grab some? Go ahead.
Because I'm gonna just keep it a buck. Proverbs 10 and 18. It says, "He that hideth hatred with lying lips, and he that uttereth a slander is a fool." As I sit back over the course of several years, being close with the brother Alazar, what it is you niggas are so itch, and there's a B behind that made that you have to try to swat at gnats and try to grab something out of thin air to try to justify your hatred for this brother. And at the root of that hatred is envy, because you can't you wish you could.
Go ahead and pause it, bro.
Hold on. Let me say this. First of all, nigga, you bitch made. I just want to get that out there. Because only a bitch will sit up there and try to make excuses and try to warp and bend reality to fit a narrative. That's being a bitch. Secondly, no one's saying this because we hate y'all or we hate SICARRI. No, we're just simply presenting the facts. Remember when you guys get on the street and you yell, cry aloud, spare not, no matter who it is, you're going to tell the truth, right? And the truth is right there. We're not straining at gnats. This is clear. The man's DNA is European. The man's paternal marker is European. And calm down with that nigga word, man.
That European just called me a nigga? Is that dude a European? What's his marker? I want to make sure it's okay for him to say that.
We don't even know, bro.
Just throwing that around like that. That's not right.
I think it's bitch made to hide from empirical data and hide from ostensible facts, things we can observe, things that the man is showing on the damn stream, things that the man has said out of his own mouth.
Yeah, ain't nobody tell him to make this video. We didn't make this man go out here and make a video where he disclosed to us what his haplogroup is. But since he making a video asking the question, is his haplogroup European? We just answering the brother. That's all it is. It ain't hatred. Nobody made him go out there. Well, I didn't make him do it. If he let someone else put him up to it, that's on him to go take his DNA test and show it to the world. He could have never shown it, and this wouldn't even be a conversation. But he did. So don't play victim now when it blows up in your face.
Facts. And I literally, like, you can go to my page and see like a 6-hour video recently on there for the first 2.5 hours. I'm defending SICARRI and other brothers in the camps, etc., via some interactions they had with the Christian apologists and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? I give SICARRI props where I agree with them, and I clearly state where I disagree with people. This isn't a beef thing. This isn't a jealousy thing at all. This is a truth thing, fam.
Right. Like, again, it's just like saying oxygen is not real. That's what you guys are doing now, trying to bend and warp reality to fit some crazy ass narrative. Like, man, you need to just own up to this and just move on. That's it.
Could be in the position and have the intellect of the brother, and you can't. So when you see an opportunity to try to slander the brother, you capitalize on it, or you try to capitalize on it. But again, everything sounds good until until the facts come out. So all you brothers that are on the clubhouse, I mean, we don't really care about the same way like your guys' wives don't care about your guys' opinions.
That's right.
We don't care about your guys' opinions either, right? So again, though,
and that be the type of shit that will make stuff go left. Those type of statements, because your man's got a haplogroup R. That's how you talking. That's crazy, man. And then so when the facts come out, Negro, the facts are out. Sorry, I just misappropriate that. European, the facts are out. R1B is his paternal marker. That's the fact, right? Meaning they sequence his DNA and he shares the same segments of DNA as 80% of Western Europe, meaning there's common paternal descent there.
And let's keep it. He's not showing his actual autosomal results, right?
I was thinking the same thing, bro.
So let's say his dad has like the average admixture, like a 20% or something, right? So cut that in half. Ours already be 60% plus European, right?
Mm-hmm.
Man.
Let that breathe for a second.
What Jay-Z say, let that bitch breathe. All right, man.
If you're a brother who's sitting back and you're seeing this, once again, probably this isn't the first time you probably slandered. Once again, you're wrong once the facts come out. And again, it just goes back to envy. Everybody knows this, man. I mean, everybody knows at this point, you know, the white. Especially
Pause real quick. I want to clarify.
I definitely understand.
Real quick, no one's tripping on my man being 60% plus European. Like, so you can go on this channel, right? And shout out to my man, to my man Yashar, right? Who's yap all day long, right? Came through and showed his full DNA test, right? Showed the fact that he was 65% European, but he's E1B1A.
Yeah, that's fact. That's facts. Let you know.
You know, you get what I'm saying. So no one's tripping on his autosomal results or the amount of European. It's not like that. We're just pointing out the irony in the game, and also to clarify what's going on today.
Yeah, a lot of statements gonna have to be recanted and what's it called? Not erudite, but I forget what it's called when you go back and you change something. But you're gonna have to modify some of these things, man, and peel back off of it.
Amend it,
yeah.
Definitely see exactly what's going on. You niggas are haters, bro. And I don't say that in a cliche way. I mean, like, seriously, you niggas are hating ass, envious girls.
Hypnotized with hatred. Like Boosie said. And it's so crazy because they don't realize that when they do this and the Most High just goes, oh, don't worry about it. I'm gonna lob you something on this. You get hit out of the park. And we do. They don't realize it just keeps making us look good. If you would just leave us alone and do your own work, maybe you didn't begin to shine and look good. But you're so focused on trying to tear us down, you don't realize the Most High God is against that spirit that you got on you. It may not even be, you ever think about this? It may not even be that the Lord is just with us. Maybe he's just against the envious demonic spirit you're
Hey,
moving in so
Jashu,
much.
man.
He said, you know
Talk
what? Oh,
this
y'all
real
want to
quick,
move with
man.
envy towards that brother? I'm
Talk
gonna
this,
keep
man.
giving.
Look, man, they throwing so many shots and make you want to take shots, but I'm not, bro. I'm just gonna point this out. Shoot, every time we get to smacking someone up with sources and stuff, what do they normally do? Try to turn it into an argument, but to find some petty ass reason or something that ain't got nothing to do with the facts on the table to make an argument about. And that's all they doing right now. They throwing out so many flames that they want people to catch the flames, get burnt, and come back at them arguing about that instead of staying on the topic of he got that R1B marker.
You know, they're pulling the same card that Teo pulled, trying to get sympathy and help from the people, crying and all that type of stuff.
Yeah. When we were busting tail head open with DNA science, he was, oh, they're attacking us and they don't want the truth to come out. They're agents. And guess what? I'm a CIA plant, nigga. And I get paid well to bust you niggas' ass with the information.
Yeah, boo, we got to talk, bro. My check got lost in the mail, fam.
Mine too, man, because I'm kind of poor.
Hey, but real talk, like, I'm surprised at people like Tail Ministries and right now, you know what I'm saying, Alizar, in the sense to where, like, when you was out there street preaching for all these years, people been knowing that, okay, a good 30% of the dudes you're talking to, a good 30% of them are going to have some form of European parentage and whatnot in terms of their father's side or whatnot, just based upon the science, right? Whether you believe in half the groups or not, like you know that to be a fact, even based upon the history, you know that was happening, right? But they never figured out, like, how am I going to deal with that until right now? So now it's like, okay, we can't deal with half the groups, and none of, like, we erase all that, throw it all under the bus, you know what I'm saying? Sweep it under the rug, all the type of stuff. DNA is cool for a paternity test, but not, you can't do anything ancient with it. But you're claiming to be an ancient people.
Hey, them facts, but Jashu, Mari giving out detailed information from the Japanese war councils about our CIA.
That's classified. That's classified. Hold on, let me take that off. That's classified information. Agent Yashu reported. All right, man. This is the playbook now. When facts and empirical data doesn't swing your way, just say everybody's hating on you and the government is trying to shut you down, and that will defer everybody from the facts that are at the table. You know, that's all you got to do. That's the Black Hebrew Israelite playbook.
Also the cult playbook.
I was about to say that's all they playbook.
Yeah, Afrocentrics do it too.
Shout out to the white man science.
Oh, he's attacking me. Okay, well, what about the DNA here? Discuss the DNA.
Giving you a reason to do that until you remove that evil spirit up off you. Then maybe you can. You just got to put some work in, man. Yeah. Just put the work in. Go ahead.
Look what happened with King David and Saul. The more Saul hated on King David, the more the Lord rose up King David. Yeah, first he killed David, or first he killed Goliath. Then he was the general of Israel's army for pretty much. Then the Lord just keep increasing him.
And then he got cursed, and we lost the kingdom because of his actions.
He gave him the order: go get 100 foreskins from the Philistines. Mm-hmm. Then I'll give you my daughter. And nigga went and did it.
Brought him back to it, brought him back double. You know, so that was heavy. But again, we're looking at my ancestry timeline. The British and Irish, we know that comes directly from my mother, right? And then this French, which is here Spanish and Portuguese. When you actually look at it, on the ancestry, it says French, which again is what I know. Again, the French woman, the woman that was born, that contributed that to my DNA, was born in 1838.
Pause it up right quick.
As you can see here, is given a timeline of that being introduced into my gene pool in between
1840
and 1750. 1838, when she was born. We're ready to demonstrate all those records now. Again, my mother born in 1972. So that's where that comes from. Native American, that's coming from my grandmother. My father's mother has some Native American, right? So all of this, when I'm looking at this, and of course, anybody black, they're going to give you all of this: Nigerian, Ghanaian, Angolan, Senegambian. They're going to give you a little bit of all of that, right? They're always going to do it. Ancestry, they even give me a couple more, and they get specific on Benin, Togo, which is, you know, the main place Haitians come from. Benin, Togo, Ghana,
Those are the main places we came from, but especially Benin and Togo, right? But what's interesting to me is the Southern East African and the Sudanese, because I don't know where the hell that's coming from, but I'm going to explain how I made a connection of dots to the tribe of Levi. I'll do that later. And I'll probably, for those of y'all, again, Sinetta Most High will be putting in the debate out this week. I want y'all to see it as it was presented in the debate, but I'm probably going to go back over and get more
Man, we got
elaborative on the
another
slides.
video to review now.
Most High will Friday. Mind you, it's War Angel weekend is going down. Super powerful weekend. So I'm probably going to go back over into the slides on Friday. Right? Hit me the next slide, aside. Right? So as you can see this map, because it says on my 23andMe Spanish and Portuguese, but this is the map, my DNA map, and I zoomed it in on the European contribution from Ancestry, right? Because you got to look at when you send these things in. Again, they're not right and exact like people are giving them the credit for. If they were, then both of these different DNA companies would have given me identical results, but they didn't. And they even tell you about the margins of error. Like it'll tell you, yeah, we're saying 15%, but it can be anywhere from 0 to 18%, right? It's funny how it works. But as y'all can see here, what's highlighted is the United Kingdom, Ireland, right, and a part of northern France, right? So we know, again, my mother is Irish, but her grandmother is English. So that's, boom, covered right there.
Are you
Now,
there,
France,
YouTube? Are you
again,
back?
Yeah.
I just want to point out that, and by the way, Moore has something to say, but I
No,
just want to
no,
point out that he's not showing his percentage of that European DNA. It's zoomed in, so you can't even see the percentage.
Yeah, so y'all see the other highlighted areas on the joint, like, so like I can't even get my Ancestry joint to do this, to where I can just highlight like certain colors from certain joints and just not highlight the other colors, right? But you see the other areas that outlined, right?
Yeah.
Like, so you see the Spain, the Portugal, the Southern European stuff. There's even European Jewish in there. Like I see that wrapped around the Poland and the whatever. Like I got that in mind and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? So I know what that looks like. There's a whole bunch of Scandinavian stuff. There's some Russian stuff popping off. You know what I'm saying? There's a little bit of Southern France in there. You know what I'm saying? But enough to show, like, you know what? Mom is more admixed than what he thought, or like I'm saying, Pop got a larger chunk of European admixture than what he thought as well. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of that seems like both are saying, the 23andMe and this map from Ancestry are saying that there's that Southern Mediterranean, that Iberian, Spanish, Portuguese element. You know what I'm saying? And it's like he keeps saying he's not showing the percentages thereof, and so I think there's a story there he's not telling in terms of like I was like, wow, I'm more Spanish, Portuguese than I thought. How'd that happen?
That goes back to my great grandmother, right, Juliet, who we're going to show him in a moment, whose father was a Frenchman. She would be what we call a tear. She would be an Edomite because her father was French and her mother was black. She married my great grandfather Francois, right, and they began to have children. And now, you know, Francois had Albert, and Albert had Kennedy, and Kennedy had Preston, and Preston had Donald, and Donald had me. That's how that worked, right? So as we can see here, none of this other part of Europe has any contribution to my genetic pool at all. But this R haplogroup, where it's seen frequently, is in all these other parts of Europe, not so much in these parts of Europe that are actually in my gene pool.
He's not even showing.
So how is it that we're?
I was just saying he's not even showing a map of R. Like, how does he know that without showing the map?
Deducing that the R that's contributed to me is supposed to be from Europe, yet I don't have the DNA that coincides with that. Right? Let's keep going. So, like, yeah, you got it.
Wait, so
now this
is. I'm sorry to pause again, but so basically he's saying R1B isn't seen in the British Isles. Is that his argument? I'm trying
That
to
not be.
Yeah, because I'm gonna pull up a map really quick if that's what he's saying. You can just go back,
Bruh, the
5
Stewart
seconds
haplogroup,
and show his map.
The Stewart haplogroup is R1B. How can he say it's not in the British Isles?
He's gonna pull up R1B map himself.
Oh, he is, because I was about to pull up.
No, he pulls it up, bro, and it's not. And so keep in mind, family. So he was talking about like so Ghana, Benin, Togo is where the Haitian people were taken from, and that's where he's taking his paternal lineage, right? So these are places where we do not see R1B. That
It's supposed
no, go ahead. You got it.
to be from
No, you
Europe,
be
yet
talking.
I don't have the DNA that coincides with that. Right? Let's keep going. So, like, yeah, you got it. Now, this is my grandfather, my great-great-great-grandfather, rather, Francois Glaude, as we can see here, born about 1830, right? And he has a wife, and his wife is named Juliette Glaude, right? We can see that there, all underlined. This is the 1880 United States Census. Go next. Right, so here we have Juliette Glaude, right? As we see here, she's listed as a mulatto, white father, black mother, and her post office is Vermilionville in Louisiana. This is important to note, right? Go ahead. So I'm gonna give y'all some history of Lafayette, right? Go back. Go back. No, backwards. Right here. So Juliette Glaude, right? Her original last name was Juliette Monton, right? So let's go over, because this is who she descends from, right? It's the history of Lafayette, Louisiana. Jean Monton.
None of this matters because he didn't get the R1 from her.
Acadian is basically a French Canadian.
Exactly.
Right? That's where you get the term Cajun.
He got that R1 from Francois, right? So the question is, where did Francois get it? So in 1830, that's where his great-great-grandfather was born, right? So he, like, in Louisiana, so he's saying he's Haitian and whatnot. So he probably came over after the 1812, you know what I'm saying? Because after 1812, there was a bunch of Haitians coming with the French, etc., to Louisiana and to like South Carolina and to Georgia and all of the places, just getting away from the Haitian war, etc. You know what I'm saying? So they probably came over around then and whatnot. But the question is, like, so what's his parentage before that? Is because again, he didn't get R1B from his great-great-grandmother. It doesn't work that way.
Acadian, Salakia, just so y'all can. An Acadian is a descendant of French settlers of Acadia, the French colony on the Atlantic coast of North America in what is now the maritime provinces of Canada, right? And this is where the term Cajun is derived from, right? It went from Acadian, then it kind of got slangified down there in the south and it became Cajun, right? So Jean Monton, an Acadian settler, donated land to the Roman Church for construction of a small Catholic chapel at this site. In 1824, this area was selected for the Lafayette Parish seat and was named Vermilionville. That's where they were. Remember Vermilionville, for its location on the river. In 1836, the Louisiana State Legislature approved its incorporation. The area was initially developed by Europeans for agriculture, primarily sugar plantations, same thing they were doing in Haiti, which depended on the labor of numerous enslaved Africans and African Americans, who are the African Americans that would be the free people of color that they actually got paid for the labor they did versus the slaves, but they were still black. They made up a large percentage of the antebellum population, right? The black people did. According to the U.S. Census data in 1830, some 41% of the population of Lafayette Parish was enslaved. By 1860, the enslaved population had increased to 49.6%. But some free people of color lived in Lafayette Parish as well. This is key to note, right? So we have Jean Monton, who is the grandfather of my great.
Man, I hate to keep pausing this, but again, all of this is window dressing. But he mentioned that his grandmother married somebody that was white, and she was half black or something to that effect. That would mean that those autosomes would have been in her as well. Those African autosomes would have been in her as well, even though she herself was a mulatto, quote unquote. So just keep that in mind as well. While he has those autosomal signals, we can see it if what he's telling us is facts, and all this other stuff is just window dressing. But I want you guys to pay attention to where it says some free people of color lived in Lafayette Parish as well. Now, when you look at the history of the free people of color, a lot of these free people of color were free or manumitted because they were children of slave masters, especially in the South, especially in the antebellum South, the racist Dixiecrat South. A lot of these people that were walking around as freedmen were actually direct descendants paternally from slave masters. So it makes sense if his great grandfather, if he's inferring that he was a freedman, that he could have also descended from a slave. And I wish Adam K was here because he dealt with the genealogy, and he was bringing up that actually his grandfather was considered a mix or mulatto person as well.
Let me see if I can reach out to Adam.
He actually sent it to my email. So let me let this play, and I'll try to pull that out.
Grandmother, Juliette Monson, who was then Juliette Glaude, married my great-great-great-grandfather, Francois Glaude. Right? Next. Watch this. Free people of color. At the time of the Louisiana Purchase in 1803, at least 1 in 6 of the roughly 8,000 people living in New Orleans was a free person of color, meaning a black person that was not a slave, right? And mostly this was coming from Haitian rebels, right? The city's population, both white and black, increased significantly between 1791 and 1810 due to an influx of immigrants by the Haitian Revolution led by Toussaint Louverture, a free man of color, right? The first official U.S. Census of Orleans Territory in 1810 counted 7,585 free persons of color compared to 34,311 whites and a total population of 76,556. The influx of black refugees from Haiti heightened anxieties amongst Louisiana's white population. Free people of color, it was argued, would only incite further unrest. In 1850, 80 of the 159 free blacks in Lafayette Parish were in Vermilionville. Ain't that where my family just was at? Vermilionville, where the free blacks in Lafayette were living, who came as Haitian immigrants, right? Okay, cool. Now Lafayette and nearly half of the free black population of St. Martin Parish lived in towns of St. Martinsville and New Iberia, right? Next slide. So this is important. And now look, what's the top DNA community that I'm related to in Ancestry.com? The Louisiana Creoles and African Americans connected to the regions of Nigeria, Cameroon, Congo, and Western Bantu peoples, right? That's important. Then it says England and Northwestern Europe. What's that Northwestern Europe? That part of Northern France where, there was some intermingling with that came in, and I just documented that with Juliette Monson. That's very important, right? Next slide. So this, y'all, let's go back. Let's recap before we go too far, right? So we just demonstrate, I just substantiated where the European contributions of my genetics stem from, right? Neither of them are on any paternal side at all. It's from two different women, right? My great-great-great-grandmother and my mother. That's where the European genetics that I have are contributed from, as I substantiated with these slides. So how the hell is my patrilineage then European? What did you see some silly fool have on his PTR on Clubhouse aside?
The nigga had, it was you in the background was the French flag.
Number one, the amount of time that it took for you to do that, the fact that you sat up and created that to forward a narrative, I mean, man, that says a lot about you as a person, as a man, alleged man. But friends, and it's like, okay, so now I'm a friend. So we're just deducing, because I said R, that not only am I a white person through my patrilineage, but it has to be France now, right? And it just is a demonstration to the level of ignorance that you guys have on the topic of DNA. Totally ignorant, right? Next slide. So this is the map of R. This is R1B. I'm going to show you R1A in a minute. So here we see R in Africa. We see R in Europe. We see R in Asia. We see R in the Middle East. So now I'm to believe that
look
I
how
can take
dense that
a
shit is
tube
in
of spit
Western
from
Europe.
you this big and trace you back to one of these people.
Hey, pause this up right quick.
Right?
Hey, pause that. Look how dense that is in Western Europe. I'm just saying, it's the densest place on the map. And look in England, where he said it ain't at. It's the densest place on the map.
So look at its absence in the part of West Africa. Yeah, go ahead.
How about 50 to 100% is the darkest colors?
And it's where at? Western Europe, British Isles, UK,
Spain, Portugal, France.
This was the kill shot right here. He shot himself in the foot, man. And I don't believe the brothers that are a part of him and the brothers that's in the comments trying to defend this are that damn dumb. Are that damn dense. Y'all see the haplogroup distribution right there, the geographical distribution, and it has its highest frequency within Western Europe, right? And now all of a sudden we're playing games. Get the fuck out of here, man. I'm
This
sorry. I
is
can't be coy about this.
this is where it's a double kill shot though too, right? Like it's nowhere near the distribution is nowhere near Benin, Togo, Ghana, etc. Right? So his claim, like, so he's talking about that he's a Levite that's hate because he's Haitian, but also because like that links to the Akan tradition, right? But the R1B doesn't link to that, bro. It links to the Afro-Asiatic traditions of like the Hausa, the Fulani, etc. You know what I'm saying? Nowhere near the area he's claiming descendancy from.
He kind of pulls. Oh, my bad. Keep going.
No, go. You got it.
No, I was just about to say he kind of pulls a tail when it comes to this. I wonder if I should. Actually, you know what? I'm going to share my screen really quick and just explain how he pulls a tail.
Yeah, you got it, brother. Whenever you're ready.
I'm ready. So this is kind of how he pulls a tail because he's showing a map. GRLA Hebrew is showing a map of our being, you know, in Africa and all these places, and how this kind of proves that, you know, I guess that he's, or that haplogroups don't matter, or that he's an Israelite. And I'm just going to play a short bit of this just to emphasize this point, because a lot of the talking points are going to keep repeating this over and over again. A lot of the talking points that GRLA and Teo have are pretty much the same. And this seems to be the talking points that everyone is going to use when it comes to trying to debunk haplogroups.
So here's a map of where they show where G is. And that big, dark, red spot, maroon spot, 60 to 100% of it was G directly in the Levant. And as we read to you, G originated where? In the Middle East, right? Lands given to Israel.
So what GRLA Hebrew is going to do in a minute in the video is basically talk about how R is in the Levant, just like what Teo's doing with G in the Levant. So you can play the clip, YouTube, unless anybody else has something to say. But
and just for the record, that's not a map of G he just showed.
Yeah. By the way, that's not a map of haplogroup G. That's true. Yeah.
Yeah. So he's going to go and say, "Oh, well, it says our marker is in Israel." Yeah, this is modern day population density that we're looking at. This means in today's time, this is how your R is distributed. But you sit up here and glance at Israel and acknowledge Israel, but you ignore the dark red regions in Western Europe. You just ignore that. Which is
darkest spots on the damn map.
Come on, man. This is cognitive dissonance. This is special pleading, ignoring facts that pretty much refute your claim. That's what you're doing. Stop it.
I want everybody to understand that. This Garfield talked about something called wacky beliefs. He says the Hebrew Israelites have wacky or weird beliefs. I think it's weird to believe that a little bit of my spit can track me back 20,000 years to somebody. I think that's insane. Literally.
And then before he said all this, he said that, oh, you guys are ignorant of DNA. No, you're ignorant of DNA. The reason why we're able to track your lineage through your saliva is because of a simple fact that all of your somatic and germ cells carry a copy of your DNA. You learn this in middle school. When you were first taught biology, you learned about a cell, right? All your cells have a copy of your DNA. Your saliva has somatic cells in it. That's how they're able to trace who you are through your saliva, because every cell in your body carries a copy of your DNA. So they take your saliva and they extract from the somatic cells your DNA, and they can see the segments of your DNA that come from your Y chromosome. Right? And you share segments on your Y chromosome with Western Europeans, meaning you share common ancestry with Western Europeans. This is just idiocy at this point.
Let me get that Brother Reggie clip.
I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. Hold on.
When the DNA test itself just couldn't get past the 1700s, I just showed y'all, right? That is insane. But here we are looking at this is R1B. So we
So
see
is he violating the rules of scholarship?
all throughout Africa, Central
Some would
Africa,
say
and West Africa.
it's not even scholarship.
Damn.
Africa, East Africa, North Africa. We see it in Europe. We see it in Asia. They're in the Middle East. They're in India. They're into Kazakhstan. There stands up there and things of that. We see it all over the place. Why is it that you hear R and you assume white when all these other non-white areas are R? Is it because you're a white supremacist? Or is it because you just are trying to make me out to be a white man? Is it because you're trying to push a narrative? Is it because you're so full of envy and hate that you feel like making a rule?
All right, so the brother says here at Rue, I guess he's saying something towards you. He says, okay, yeah, the breakdown is showing Africa knocking Bantu. And again,
What breakdown?
No, he's looking at the map.
No. He's talking about something else. I'm dealing with him on your DNA portal.
Oh, my bad. I was about to dig into him. I thought you were talking about this map, man.
Nah, he's good.
Okay, but Gorilla Hebrew is saying, oh, we see it in Africa. It's because people from the steppes, people from the European mainland migrated into Africa.
Let's read that. Actually, we should probably pull that up.
Yeah, we brought it out yesterday. I mean, this is not hard stuff, man.
Let me share my screen really quick. I'm not going to read it too much because I know I want to get back to the video. But this is from the Chadic genetic diversity reveals an African history marked by multiple Heliocene Eurasian migrations. We're specifically saying your marker, Guerrilla Hebrew, is Eurasian instead of just the broad term European. So we're going to just read this one simple sentence that kind of explains why R is in Western Europe. We found evidence of early Eurasian backflow to Africa in people speaking the unclassified isolated Laglo language in southern Chad and estimate from linkage disequilibrium decay that this occurred 4,750 through 7,200 years ago. And they were carrying this R1B-V88. And it's interesting because these populations that carry this R1B-V88 marker also carry a little bit of around 20 to 30% of a Eurasian ancestry today. So they actually do have some Eurasian DNA. So this adds more to the fact that it was a Eurasian, non-African population that came into Africa. And just to show you a map as well, let me type in this one last thing. Haplogroup R. We're going to go to EUpedia because I think you should know which subclade of R this is, like how it all works. So the specific subclade, like I said, by the way, here's a map of R1B, and it's heavy in the British Isles where a lot of your DNA comes from. So just point that out. But the R1B that went into Africa is this very specific branch, RV88. As you can see right here, it says Levant in Africa. But look at all these other branches of R. This is why it's mostly a Eurasian haplogroup. Because why? We see R in Central and South Asia. We see it in the Caucasus, these different branches of R. The Balkans, Turkey, and Armenia. The Pontic Steppe, East and Southeast Europe, Eastern Europe, and West Asia, Central Europe. Proto-Italio-Celto-Germanic. Now we're getting into languages, the people groups that have these branches of R. Proto-Germanic, Nordic, Northern and Western, or Northern and Western Europe. Italic Celtic, Ibero-Atlantic, Celto-Gaelish. So it's a very Eurasian, and in some cases R1B is is pretty Western European. So it's only this one branch that went into Africa. Hopefully that explains some things.
Yeah, let's keep it going, man, because we already touched on this yesterday. That's why I want to do 2 separate videos. Yesterday I was going to give information. This video just breakdown, but let's do this, right? Let's do it again, just to share with the people here. Because you keep saying, "Oh, it's in Africa." Yeah, migration. That's not the point of origin, right? So,
hey, real quick, the Portuguese did introduce RM269 into parts of West Africa. You know what I'm saying? So your man might be a Holuso African.
That's possible too, but it's still showing that they migrated, and that's what he needs to understand, right? But you're absolutely correct here. So this is a paper I shared yesterday. This paper is the supplementary information of the genetic history from the Middle Neolithic, New Stone, to present in the Mediterranean island of Sardinia, published around 2020. So within this paper, we go straight to it. R1B, right here. It states here, we're going to get right to it. It says the R1B M269 haplogroup dominant in present-day continental Iberia after having arrived there with Bronze Age Indo-European expansion. So this is the history of your marker, right? And at 50% frequency in modern Sardinians is absent throughout our transect from the Middle Neolithic to Neolithic in Sardinia, but later appears 3 post-Neolithic ancient individuals. Then it goes into the EM215 and G2 markers. But I want to bring up the R1VA8 marker, which you see within Chan, right? Which were previously identified to have more Sardinian-specific subclades based on present-day Sardinian variation, were all identified in at least one Sardinian male. So R1B VA8 was found in Sardinia. It is a Mediterranean island, right? We see it there. R1B haplogroups in ancient Sardinians. The 1240K recaptured data allowed us to call several R1B subclades an ancient individuals. So they're digging up the individuals and exhuming their bodies and sequencing their DNA. It says, while R1BM269 was absent from our sample of ancient Sardinians until the New Neolithic period, we detected R1BVA8 equivalent markers in 11 of 30 ancient Sardinian males from the Middle Neolithic to the Neolithic with Y haplogroup cause. 2 ancient individuals carried derived markers of the clade R, but we could not identify more refined subclades due to very low coverage. The ancient geographic distribution of R1BVA8 haplogroup is particularly concentrated in the Swallow Cave sites in south of the island. At present, R1BVA8 is prevalent in Central Africans, at low frequencies in present-day Sardinians, and extremely rare in the rest of Europe. By inspecting our reference panel of Western Eurasian ancient individuals, we identify R1BVA8 markers in 10 mainland European ancient samples, all dating back to before the steppe expansion, which is greater than 3000 BCE. 2 very basal R1BVA8 with several markers still in the ancestral state, meaning this is the origin point. When you see the ancestral state, the basal marker, that's the base, that's the beginning of the VA8 marker, right? We find that where? It appears in Serbian haplogroups as old as 9000 BCE, which supports a Mesolithic origin of R1BVA8 clade in or near this broad region. So there is no dispute. We have found ancient DNA. We know that it originates in Europe, outside of Africa. This is not even disputed. This is concrete science. It says the haplotype appears to have become associated with Mediterranean Neolithic expansion, as it is absent early and Middle Neolithic Central Europe, but found in an individual buried at the Els Trox site in Pyrenees, modern Aragon, Spain, dating to 5000 BCE. In 11 ancient Sardinians of our sample. Interestingly, markers of R1B VA8 subclade R1B V2197, which is present day found in Sardinians and most Africans, R1B VA8 carriers are derived only in the Els Trox individual and 2 ancient Sardinian individuals. So we can clearly see that these people come via Europe and then eventually make their way to Africa. All right. So hopefully I don't have to bring that bell out again. Let's get back to the video.
Hey, 1 second, Jasu. I just want to say that, for the record, Serbia is in the Balkans. All right, it's not in Africa. It's in the Balkans. That's Japhetic territory.
Facts.
Rumor up like that would be damning. So you just did it because you were moved out of envy and hate. That's why the Bible says, "Spread not a false report. Don't talebear." So important.
Funny because that's what you're doing. But anyway, Klesky187 says, how do they trace back to BC, bro? Who and what are they testing? The people there now? I just told you these are ancient samples. These are dead people that died and they pulled from the ground or the caves or wherever they found them and tested the remains. No, these are not petrified bones. These bones, Europe actually preserves DNA a lot better because it's colder climates.
That reminds me of what David Rowe told Ron Dalton. These are petrified bones. You can't test them.
Right. So we can clearly see what region they're from and what time depth they go back to. These are old men that live in times past that have the R1B marker, and it's all in Europe.
Yeah, they usually pull it from a bone that's like behind your ear that they say preserves DNA pretty well. They usually pull the DNA from that bone and sequence the DNA, just like if they got your saliva today and they would sequence it, come up with the haplogroup, and then now you know the region in which this person was found and what haplogroup they have. So it gives you an idea at least of where this haplogroup was in ancient times.
Also, you can even just look at the material culture, like, or what they're buried around, should I say. Like, if you're digging in Israel and you find a ancient room or ancient tomb, and there's pottery that dates back to like the Bronze Age, and the body's wearing Bronze Age clothing and it has Bronze Age artifacts around them, you could pretty much deduce that, you know, this body's from the Bronze Age as well. So looking at the material around the body also can pinpoint the time.
Yeah, so a lot of his ancestors would have been around the Yamnaya and Belbika cultures and the corded word cultures. So they would have had brought in Indo-European language with them in Europe. And he most likely got this gene from someone from Western Europe during the formative years in America during the colonial years.
Because I'm coming right to you. Here it is. This R is everywhere, but no Europe. With no proof, with no knowledge, which clade of R because he's European. You see that? That's the hate. It's a ball. We all have a little bit of everything in us. So now it doesn't even matter. We all have the it's so crazy. And the people, if you're a Hebrew Israelite that is trying to forward this, on one hand, I can't see it. One hand, I can see it because we are emphatic on the emphasis on patrilineage. Very much so, right? But if you're not a Hebrew Israelite, why does it matter? Why would it possibly matter? Because we're all the same, and this genetic root really isn't what matters to anybody else who's outside of being a Hebrew Israelite, right? Next slide.
Hold on real quick. Let me address FOPE.
And
y'all not out of the water either. FOPE, go take your DNA test, man. All you Israelites take DNA tests. Take them. I want every one of y'all to take, especially y'all that say all black people are the same. We're going to crush that. So we can debate that FOPE. And also, you go take your damn DNA test. You throwing stones, but you might be in a glass house. Your ass might be R1B too.
And he's just supposed to believe that, though, right? So here we have R1A. This is in Europe. This is in Asia. See how deep it is in India? It's also in parts of Northern Africa and all throughout the Middle East. So this is R. R is in all these non-white regions. It's in white regions, right? R1B and R1A, both sides of it. It's in white regions, but it's also in all these non-white regions.
What does he mean by non-white?
Why is it that y'all assumed and put me in the box of the white one? Right now, watch this. Y'all see Israel, the landmass of Israel is covered in R, right?
Oh,
R1A.
pulling the tail.
It's also covered in R1B. So now if I'm R, why couldn't we say, oh, this proves Guerrilla Hebrew is an Israelite? Because
there you go.
R is.
I should have played the video right there.
So if it proves that you're an Israelite, then all those Ashkenazis that y'all keep saying it's the synagogue of Satan that has R1A and R1B are Israelites as well. Let me call up Netanyahu, because Netanyahu's R1B, right? So come on now. Like, this is what I was talking about the other day about having an argument that's logically coherent. Y'all sit up there and stream that modern Jews are the synagogue of Satan, when many of them have that marker. Yeah, and FOPE, we want to debate FOPE because they claim all black people are Israelites or some crazy madness like that. First, I want them to take their DNA test, every single one of them, and then we're going to discuss the DNA. Then we're going to debate. DNA science is the end of black Hebrew Israelites. That's just the facts, man.
It's present on both sides of R are present in Israel. See that? But no, he's a white man. See, it's agenda-based. Again, big up to Brother Garfield, because again, he called me and he said, hey, look, I don't want to be the source of why these guys are trying to drag you and call you a white man. That's not what I meant to do. And I know it's not what he meant to do. He's never said anything I've seen us be on live and dudes going, man, Guerrilla Hebrew is great. And he going, Guerrilla Hebrew is my brother, period. Right? So I ain't mad at Garfield whatsoever. I just want to make sure that's clear. Right? But as we can see here, R is all over the place. Right? But they got to make it European. They got to make it European because they are on a mission to slander and contradiction of the laws of God. Right? So let's go. Next slide. Next slide again. Right? So now watch this. Haplogroup R M173 appears to be the most frequent haplogroup
right here
in Fulani.
All right, so this is another thing that I see people typically do when it comes to, them not having the haplogroup that they thought they may have had or whatever. Because Teo pulled this as well. In the video, in his own video, Teo's video titled re-release the truth about DNA and haplogroups. I'm not going to play Teo's full clip, but basically he goes into how haplogroup R1B is seen in Africa. I'm going to turn up the speed. I'm not going to play all of it, but I just want y'all to hear some of what Teo says and some of what Guerrilla Hebrew says. These talking points remain the same.
Is the gene that they say most Western Europeans and even Eastern Europeans have, right? Most white folks. Okay, so they go by that and they say, well, that's the white gene, right? And that's not true. It's really, we're talking about chromosomal. The Europeans and even Eastern Europeans is the haplogroup R1B is the gene that they say most Western Europeans and even Eastern Europeans have, right? Most white folks. Okay, so they go by that and they say, well, that's the white gene, right? And that's not true. It's really, we're talking about chromosomal pairs anyway. We're not talking about genes specific, that way. We're talking about pairings on a specific chromosomal match.
Hold on real quick. Pause that. Because I'm gonna roast this nigga. You're afraid of DNA. You're afraid of DNA. My results is my paternal is EU290. That's a Bantu marker. My maternal is L3. Now you go take your goddamn DNA test, man.
Everybody on the panel has haplogroup E, by the way. That includes me.
Goofy. Well. Press play.
This is the best way to explain it. So here's the issue. Okay, you have, as you can see here, let me read this here. Haplogroup R1B is also known as haplogroup RM343, is a human Y chromosome haplogroup. It is the most frequently occurring paternal lineage in Western Europe, as well as some parts of Russia and Central Africa, Chad and Cameroon. Okay, so you have this haplogroup in Africa, in Cameroon, right, in Chad, and so Cameroon, as you know, if you all do your DNA test, it shows up with Cameroon somewhere in there, no matter the percentage, right? It might be a small percentage, but you're going to have usually if you're a Negro, you're so far from what I've seen, everyone who has had their genes, their DNA, so you find a small percentage there. I'm focusing on this I'm going to show you some interesting things, okay, as we go. Okay, so here's some more information about the R1B, and the reason I'm focusing on this will become.
By the way, the Gorilla Hebrew quotes exactly from what Tayo's about to read right here, the exact same source. This is from EUpedia, by the way, but it's kind of interesting. It's the same thing that they're doing.
Apparent. So nowadays, small percentages of R1B are found in the Levant, right? So it's, okay, that's Hebrew territory. So now, so you find a small percentage there among the Lebanese, the Druze, and the Jews, and also, and almost in every country in Africa. So every country in Africa. Well, how does that work, right? So found in almost every country in Africa north of the equator. So now, actually, Cameroon and Chad is south of the equator, but they said every country in north, but there's many in the south. Okay, so among the Berbers, and if you look at our research about who the Berbers were, right? So among the Berbers from Egypt, Libya borders, among the Sudanese, the Copts, the Hausa of Sudan, the Fulani, these are Hebrews. Fulani are Hebrew, Hausa are Hebrew, Sudanese. Okay, of the Sahel, 54% in Niger and Cameroon. That's a large percentage. Let's keep on. So you see here, and see that this dark red spot here, right, where I'm circling, right? That is the same area on those European maps where they call people Jews. It's part of Negro land. It's part of Nigeria. It's part of that whole Benin Togo connection. Now, yeah, you have a large occurrence in Europe, okay? But basically what that says is that the descendants of the guy who originally had this R1B migrated over to Europe at some point in the past. So, there's this, depending on who's teaching it, and then depending on the issue of white supremacy, you're going to be told, well, R1B originated in Europe, where, well, that contradicts modern science that says every man originated in Africa. Okay, so let's use some logic here, right? So the origin of that guy, Europe, and that's the map. Okay, so that's all that is. So I hope I'm keeping haplogroup.
No, go back there.
How do you
go
explain
back
this
to
one?
that map.
You
Go
know,
back
how
to
do
that
you
map.
explain
That bust his
Hershey,
ass.
right?
Hold on,
So
go back to that map.
in Europe, where, well, that
Watch
contradicts modern science that
Go
says
to
every
that
man
map.
originated in Africa. Okay, so the whoever had migrated to Europe is not. So
Stop.
you can't really say, okay, I'm going to identify my bloodline that way. You can't do it.
Pause. So blow that map up. Blow that map up. So if you understand DNA, M89 is the FM89 lineage where all these European, Eurasian lineages come from, like the one Gorilla Hebrew has, like the tail twin, they have haplogroup G. This is showing you the route of haplogroup R. M207 is R. Then you see M173, M343. Where is it going to, Avery?
Scrolling straight to Eurasia.
Where does it start?
Starts in it looks to be the Middle East. You talking about M89 or
no? M9, M45 onward. That branch is
M45.
on.
That's in the middle of Central Asia, like Turkmenistan and Kazakhstan. And
exactly. So if these guys actually took out the time to learn this material instead of just talking outside their damn neck like FOP is, he ain't gonna go take a DNA test because he afraid it's gonna come back R, I, or G or something because they're racist and they teach against Europeans and white people all the damn time, right? But people that are studied, we can read this. We know what it's saying. So the R marker doesn't have its origin in Africa if you understood what you're looking at. Go ahead, press play.
Right, has its origin in Asia. But here, let me see. I'm gonna play a little bit more of this and then I'll return it back to Gorilla Hebrew. But I'm just showing y'all again the parallels that they're making when it comes to, I don't know, trying to disprove haplogroups as best as they can. Failing at it, might I add.
So here's a National Geographic map that shows you Eurasian atom. Eurasian atom is not alpha atom. Okay, Eurasian atom is that guy I just talked about who had a mutated gene of R1B, and he migrated to Europe. right? So this guy.
I just need to add the fact that Eurasian Adam isn't R. He's CT.
Yeah, hypothetical CT. I was just about to say that.
Yeah. So, yeah.
Eurasian Adam, the father of the
Clearly see
R1B
doesn't know what they're
mutation,
talking about.
migrated to Europe, and that's the map. Okay, so that's all that is. So I hope I'm keeping it simple, trying to.
And by the way, because we know that, it's because Eurasian Adam didn't live. Our haplogroup R wasn't around 70,000 years ago. It's fairly young. Very, very young. But yeah, I'm gonna probably stop right here. But basically, you know, I'm just showing y'all how he kind of tries to say, here, let me play some of this. How he tries to say R is African and all that.
The thing is, these descendants who stayed in Africa also have the R1B, but the R1B originated in Africa.
Oh yeah, that's another thing. R didn't originate in Africa, but I think we just went over that.
Just like every other gene, or most of the genes. So here's the guy from Cameroon, you know, Hebrew Israelite from Cameroon, R1B. Now I'm not.
And this is why phenotype is bad, because he just says this dude's an Israelite because he lives in the geographical region of Cameroon. Like, he doesn't know this. He could be an A marker or a B marker. Like, we have no idea who this guy is. He's just a picture off the internet. He may not even be R. He could be E1, B1A. But yeah, you know.
Not R1B. I'm G2A4, right? And you know, R1B. Now I'm not R1B. I'm G2A4, right? And you know, if you look at mine, it says, you know, a large, you know, it's found in the Levant at a large percentage. Now, but you have to be careful, because the real problem too, and I didn't mention this, the real problem is the sample size. So, all right. So if you see here, and this is what I'm trying.
Anyways, y'all get the point. Now stop right there.
Yeah, everything's an issue and problem with the people that's actually in the field and digging up stuff. They're the problem. But the man on the internet just making claims, they're perfectly fine, because, you know, the Most High is dealing with them, and they're able to prophesy and wave a wand over your body and tell you where you descend from. Oh, this is a Hebrew Israelite. Shut the fuck up. You dudes are goofy, man. Let's get back to this. Oh, before I get back to this, hold on. Let me go straight to this paper real quick. You know, we deal with citations and sources. These other people just deal with Black Hebrew Israelite ideology. So this is a paper called "The Peopling of the Last Green Sahara Revealed by High Cover Sequencing of the Trans-Saharan Patrilineages." It says the genotyping of RVA8 internal markers disclose the phylogenetic relationships of two rare European subclades. What is it calling it? A European subclade, RM18 and RV35, with respective African-specific clades. The presence of two nested RV8 basal European clades. Why are they called basal? Again, when you say the word basal, that means the base, the beginning, the first, the most ancestral. We find the oldest RVA8 markers in Europe. It says RVA8 basal European clades can be related to high frequencies of RVA88 internal lineages in the Central Sahel, assuming a movement from Europe toward the Central Sahel across northern Africa. In turn, considering the trans-Saharan distribution in the star-like topology of subclade RV1589. It is likely that this lineage rapidly expanded in the Lake Chad area between 5.73 and 5.25 thousand years ago, and moved backwards to northeastern Africa across the Saharan region. The large majority of RV1589 internal lineages harvest both northern and central Sahelian subjects, with the exception of RV4759 and RV5781, which are mainly restricted to northern Africa and central Sahel, respectively. The presence of the precisely dated and geographically restricted clade RV4759 in northern Africa allowed us to define its correlations age, which is 4.69 thousand years ago, as the lower limit of the backward VA8 trans-Saharan movement. Again, these people initially came from Europe. You guys are stuck on how people look and skin color. Skin color does not denote ancestry. Facial morphology does not denote ancestry. How big someone's nose is does not tell you who you directly descend from and who and where your ancient ancestors are. That is racist mumbo jumbo. You black Hebrew Israelites are a bunch of racists. You're nothing but a bunch of black rednecks. That's all you are. Now we can go back to the video.
Pygmies are Israelites because they're black and they kind of look Negroid. They're just short.
And haplogroup RP25 has the highest frequency in Hausa. Who are the Hausa people? Oh, they're in Nigeria. Interesting. And COPS and is present at lower frequencies in North, East, and Western. What country, Assad?
Sudan.
Sudan. Wait, and then the oldest part of Sudan. So that's here. This is on the record, but no, he's European. But here, this same DNA that I have, or the same haplogroup that I have, is present amongst Fulani people in Africa, Hausa people in Africa, and Sudanese people in Africa. No, white man. But again, we just examined the DNA. The oldest part of my DNA, Sudan, matches up with that. The white contribution to my DNA is all coming from women. That's been proven.
Shoot, can you pause really quickly? Just to reiterate, the oldest part of his DNA does not come from Sudan. That was dealing with autosomal DNA. So I just want to reiterate that. The oldest part of the DNA is haplogroup R, which goes back to Eurasian populations. Go ahead.
Exactly. The oldest part of your DNA is always going to be your Y and your mitochondrial DNA. Because why they can always go back to the first person who had that mutation. This is not even disputed. This is solid science. All right.
This is Fulani, for those of y'all know, this Fulani people, right? Those people have R too, right? They don't exclusively have R, but it's frequent amongst them. The R haplogroup. Are they European? Are those white people?
Can you pause that real quick? I'm sorry again.
The women don't have R.
I just got to reiterate, most Fulani have haplogroup E, by the way, whether it's E1B1A or E1B1B. Most of them are E markers. Just want to point that out.
Yeah, those women don't have a Y chromosome.
Yo, and then if they have R, just like you have Americans that have R, just like you have Hispanics that have R, that just means that their forefathers most likely came from Europe.
Well, see, this is the thing, fam. Either he's our Fulani brother or he's not, Ibri. Because like if he is like the R1, like the R1B, like the V8 makes sense. Otherwise, like he's claiming like he's a Haitian Akan Levite.
If he's Fula, I'll give him a pass. But if he's not, then.
But like are the Fulanis Levites? Are every African tribe that went to Haiti Levites now, or what?
Definitely not. Definitely not.
There is no pass.
There ain't no pass because he's still R1B. That still goes back to ancient Europe.
Well, yeah, that's true. Yeah,
there's no pass to be given.
Hey, you gotta forgive me, Ibri. That's the Fulani supremacist.
And the only reason I'm strict to it is because, again, what he teaches. So I got to go with what he teaches. You are what your father is. You keep tracing them fathers back. It goes back to a European man, which I would say is a Japhetic man. He's not an Edomite. He's a Japhite.
Hey, even Afrocentrics are doing this. They're taking a test. They're finding out there are. And then they're saying, well, I'm still African because Fulani and the fuck up. Because at the end of the day, you still have a Eurasian marker. There's no way you can get around that. Especially you Afrocentrics. Let me say something to y'all. Y'all been saying this whole time, oh, y'all stealing people's cultures, just stealing people's identity. Nigga, you stealing people's identity. You should be going and watching that new movie about Thor that's talking about your ancestry, man.
You know what I'm saying? They should be pillaging the British Isles and shit like the Vikings did.
Right. Right, y'all should be watching Troy and what's the other movies? You know what I'm saying?
The new movie just came out called Vikings, called
Vikings.
Northmen. My bad.
Wait, Hercules. Y'all should be watching those movies and feeling proud, man. Because y'all spent years. That's why I love these DNA tests, man. Y'all spent years telling everybody else that they stealing cultures, and the whole time you've been faking, you've been perpetrating a fraud. All right.
You know,
Tell
Fulani get
them
put in
A
slavery.
markers to give us back our farming, man. You know
Yeah.
we don't want them going to grocery stores. You know what I'm saying? We don't doing none of that. They need to be out there hunting and gathering. Damn culture vultures.
Sent over here on cargo slave ships. Yes, some of them did. Let's keep going. Next slide. Although many Y chromosomes belonging to haplogroup R1B are quite rare in Africa, being found mainly in Asia and Europe, a group of chromosomes within the paragroup RP25
That's
are
a dagger
found
right there.
concentrated in the central western part of the African continent, central western, where it can be detected at frequencies as high as 95%.
Within
So
certain
there are
groups.
groups
He's
of
leaving parts
African
out of that
that this
paper.
haplogroup is as frequent as 95% amongst. 95%. But no, or white. No, that's the hatred in you. That's the envy in you. That's you trying to do anything to stop the reign of the Most High, right? And I'm just
Wait.
in this.
Let me get this clear. The Israelites can migrate down into Africa, but European white men couldn't. I'm not understanding this logic here.
Y'all gonna have to start believing some of these oral traditions of these people when they say they come from white men. Y'all gotta start.
Like the Limba.
Yeah, y'all
I
gotta
think that's
stop trying
kind
to
of
fight.
true because they got a
Y'all,
lot of J markers.
y'all try to fight and buck against that because y'all so oh white man, I hate white man. We can't be no. White people did come down into Africa, man. They migrated.
And they do have them oral traditions too, that they come from light-skinned men with bright eyes.
Right, the limba told to the parfait because a lot of people say, well, maybe it is metaphorical or idiom. But the limba was like, no, we come from people with blue eyes and stuff like that. And to the parfait was like, only saw one example of that while he was down there. If y'all read his book, I read it on the channel. Right, I read his whole book in its entirety. He even said that.
It's
So
likely true. Shoot, they coming from Yemeni peoples with J.
yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Like the reason why it's such a culture shock to these people is because everything has to be blackity black, and I'm black, y'all. I'm black, y'all. Everything got to be black, and y'all trying to gravitate towards that. No, everybody's ancestry is not the same. Even though you may share skin color, it's not the damn same, man. There's diversity here. That's what you're reading. Diversity in Africa. You have people that came from Europe that has an ultimate ancestry in Europe. We see most of their basal ancestry. M269 arose in Europe. VA8 arose in Europe. We just read it. The oldest marker we find is in Serbia, man.
Is the reason it's the most genetically diverse place on the planet because you can find just about everything in Africa.
Exactly. You know, 3,000 years ago, Eurasians came down there. That's why you got Eurasian markers like T all the way down to sub-Saharan Africa. You know what I'm saying? We're going to actually educate y'all, man. That's what we're going to do.
Camp is just one of the vessels thereof. The same way y'all try to come up with lies and slander about all the camps, y'all try to shit on all the camps, right? And the Most High says not so. And he's increasing the spirit on us, and he's having us to grow, and he's increasing the
I forgot my point. The reason why I paused right there, y'all. What does the Most High and the mission of the Most High have to do with your DNA result? And people talking about your DNA result. Oh, this is an attack against the Most High. How?
That's what Teo said too. Oh,
Yeah,
this is an attack.
They attacking the truth, brother. They attacking the truth. No, we just talking and discussing your DNA, man. Nothing more, nothing less. Ain't nobody condemning you. No one's saying that you're going to be destroyed. Oh, but I forgot. There's something you guys teach. That's what the camps teach. Well, we don't teach that. We're just saying,
That's
hey.
why it's eating them up inside because they teach that. They got to eat their words right now.
And it tastes sour. It's like your throw up when you get stuck in your throat.
Right. Hebrew Thought said, but does that necessarily mean that his European ancestor wasn't black? Wasn't the migration back into Africa a long time ago? Isn't white skin only 6,000 years ago? Yes, you are correct. And his ancestor could have been black. No one's disputing that. That doesn't change the origin of his haplogroup. Right?
The ancient Europeans were dark skinned. We've said that numerous times.
Exactly.
Still Europeans though.
Spotlight upon us, and he's taking us to new frontiers through the spirit and power of Yahweh Shem Yahushua, not just SICARRI, all the camps exploding right now through the spirit and power of Yahweh Shem Yahushua. All praises to Yahweh Shem Yahushua. Y'all can keep trying, but y'all don't realize, just like how Hamashiach Yahushua said, you're not even coming against me, you coming against the Most High, because we the servants of the Most High. When you come against the camps, you coming against the servants of the Most High. That's why y'all are all failing. Right? Next slide. The analysis of the distribution of the RV88 haplogroup, which while we were going through the conversation, Garfield had to make a retraction and acknowledge this V88 thing, right? So I'm showing you different clades of the R and their presence in Africa, right? So we've shown about 4 by now.
Nope,
The
it's only
analysis of
one
the
clade in
distribution
Africa.
of
It's
the
not 4.
RV88
Just gotta point that
haplogroup
out.
in 8.
It's not 4 clades in Africa. It's only one RV88. There's not 4 different clades. That's not true.
Yeah, not anciently. So RVAA is one of the ancient ones. So you had other R markers coming in more recent times, like during the Middle Age and stuff like that. But most of the ancient markers are RVAA. And we've already showed you that RVA8 was found in Spain. The basal RVA
and the Balkans of Serbia.
And the Serbs in Serbia.
Sardinia.
Okay, and the El Troc site in Pyrenees was modern Aragon, Spain, about 5,000 BCE. You're cooked. You're cooked.
1,800 males from 69 African populations. I want to stop there because I don't want any Israelite out there to get misconstrued at what I'm saying. I'm not telling anybody to count on or rely upon these DNA tests for anything outside of, a couple generations of your family, right? Your father, your grandfather, because it's like my matches. Like I'm like a 26% match with my uncle, right, Petri? I'm like a 25% match with my grandmother, right, who passed last year. I'm like a 12% match with my cousin, an 11% match with my other cousin, which is my mom's nephew, like a 15% match with my mom's brother, who's just her half brother. They have different dads. So I can see that, right? Then I got another cousin that appears on air, brother down there in Louisiana, Texas area, who I have no familiarity with, who has a different last name to me. So I'm not familiar with him. But after that, it's just a million people who I got like a less than 1%. So it's only really good for that immediate kind of thing here to find out who, maybe your auntie, your uncle, you know what I'm saying, your grandparents. Outside of that, it's not to be relied upon. And that's what I'm saying. And what I'm demonstrating is how much confusion there is in this. You mean to tell me that this one haplogroup is in every continent but the Americas? And I'm going to trust that it just has this one common source and this is just right and exact. A lot of these guys that are telling you to believe in these haplogroups cannot even tell you how the test is done. They got some algorithm that they do with your spit to determine it's
That's your autosomal DNA. The algorithm is your autosomal DNA. The website tells you that.
That's how you know he don't even know what he's talking about.
Yeah. Okay, so we can't trust DNA, so we're just supposed to trust you. You waving ones over people. You're an Israelite, you're an Israelite, you're an Edomite.
Now trust the spirit, brother.
Trust the spirit, whatever that means.
His feelings. That's what I am content that when people say it's the spirit, they mean they feelings.
When they say that it's their spirit, they mean they're hearing voices.
Uh-oh. Is that bipolar?
Oh man, it's that Deuteronomy 28 DNA test, right?
I think it's magical.
Ho, 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 it's magic. You know, never believe it's not so. It's magic. You know, never believe it's not so.
It's magical, man. It's abracadabra. You speak and you create. You just tell people what the hell they are. You know, ancestry, anthropology, and genetics just thrown out the window. Right? Just throw that out the window. Oh, it's the white man's science. It's this, it's that. And all. You can trust this, and you spit in the tube, you're gonna trust spit in the tube. Shut the man. That is so anti-intellectual, man. It's not even funny.
If it would have came back E1B1A, he would have been singing his praises.
Yeah, he would
Mm-hmm.
have beat his
You know
chest.
it. You know it.
He'd have been pulling up that Harvard article talking about, see, it's ancient E1B1A in Iron Age Israel.
Right. He would have probably got that from a white slave master, man. That's mostly how Eurasian and European markers are mediated in the Americas. Somebody, y'all keep talking about black or white. That doesn't change a damn thing. All right.
Yep, I
Rick
got a
Kills.
cousin that looks white, but his Y chromosome be E1B1A.
Right. And you would think they would have the concept of phenotypic variation, right? Because they teach that Native Americans, Hispanics, and Black Americans are all the same, right? They all go back to Jacob.
No, that's a good point.
And those three groups have very different phenotypic variations.
Even different DNA.
Different, yep. So you would think they had this concept, down packed already.
And I'm supposed to trust that it's right and exact. Right? So again, now watch this. The analysis of the distribution of the RV88 haplogroup in 1,800 males from 69 African populations. So all they did was test 1,800 people, right? Out of millions. So all of this DNA stuff that everybody's relying upon are based upon very small sample sizes and assumptions predicated upon these small sample sizes. Another way in which this is
They do that in everything. They even do that in
out
marketing.
of millions of people, 1,800 were tested out of 69 different African populations. Can we go? Let's do some math. So 1,800 divided by 69, right, is 26. So that means they said 26.08. So they tested 26 people in each of the African populations that they tested. We're supposed to just believe that, okay, that's got to be right and exact, and we should rely upon that.
Where is his
We should
source for
conclude
that?
that's correct because 26 people out of one tribe.
No, he did the calculations. He probably divided 1,800 by 69.
Oh, okay. Never mind. I see. I'm looking at the screen now. I turned my head.
Yeah. So this is, people always try to do this numerical argument. Here's the thing. That's raise your handicap and lower ours. You still have an R1B marker. No matter how many numbers you try to play with, how many numbers you reduce, those R1B markers. Go back to Europe. That didn't change. Oh, they only did 1,800. Yeah, those 1,800 people have male paternal DNA that goes back to ancient Europe.
Yeah, it's called demographics. They normally use sample sizes. They don't actually question every person in a population, even when they do polls and different things like that. Then they extrapolate those numbers to represent the larger population. I mean, they do that in everything we do now. I mean, marketing, anything that's done, they use numbers in that way. So, I mean, that's just called methodology.
At the end of the day, he's not even RV88, so him talking about this doesn't even matter.
Yeah, you M269 most likely, And so here's VA8 is rare amongst African Americans, rare, right? Also, trying to discount empirical. This is empirical science. This is something that's in your body that can be examined and sequenced. And you're trying to discount that, right? Come on, man. Stop with the red herrings. That's a red herring, bruh.
Were tested. Right? I think not. I don't think
By the way, I
sound,
like to point this last thing
that's me
out.
personally. I don't think it sound that
It was at that time that they tested that many people. Now it's 2022, so they could have tested far more people since then. So
yeah,
that's my
It's already tested 29,000 people
so far.
Yeah, from Africa and the Americas.
All right, so yeah, that we've tested a lot more people since then. That paper's probably what, from 2017? Shoot, that's old, outdated.
It's if we had the money and resources to test everybody on the planet Earth, these niggas would still be like, "Oh, I'm not dealing with it." It's not even about that. It's just like I'm trying to find any damn thing to discredit the evidence. The evidence still remains. You're R1B.
tube of my spit can tell you where I came from 20,000 years ago when these haplogroups began to be developed.
Oh, wait a minute. A tube of your spit that contains all your somatic cells and a copy of DNA can't tell you where you came from. But a fat man in New York, what is it, 34th Street? Where GMS preach at? But you know what I'm saying? A fat light-skinned dude from New York can. That probably is illiterate as all hell. Has no formal education, no nothing. But he can tell you. He got all the answers.
Hey, but what does the heart say? You got to go by the spirit, bro. You got to go by the spirit.
He got to go by the spirit.
They were saying that David Wood, your boy is a legit sociopath. He was like, yeah, David Wood, like I think he might be in this life by the spirit. They were literally saying that when they went out there to confront GMS with him, Vocab and Sam Shimon and whatnot. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
That's crazy.
Y'all went by the spirit for all these weird, wacky doctrines, man. The 2000 doctrine. We ain't forgot about the doctrine about, marrying children in the kingdom. Remember that? I was going by the spirit then, man.
The lay hold doctrine.
The lay hold, raping people. The R word doctrine, right? They was going by the spirit. That shit is bullshit, man, and y'all know it. That's just a phrase that they use, a buzzword they use when they cannot demonstrate their argument.
Typical cultic terminology. The whole spirit thing.
Exactly.
I just don't think that. You can't tell me, you can't pinpoint a direct ancestor 500 years ago, but somehow you can do it 5,000 years ago, 20,000 years ago. It's nonsensical. So again, the analysis of the distribution of the RV88 haplogroup in 1,800 males from 69 African populations revealed a striking genetic congenuity between the Chadic-speaking peoples from the Central Sahel and several other Afro-Asiatic-speaking groups. It's important. Chadic people and Afro-Asiatic. These people are having the R haplogroup, right? Next slide. These are the Chadic people. They have the R haplogroup. Are they white?
I can't get
White
over how
people
much
say,
Teo this
really
is.
Hebrew's Chadic. No, what they said was he's white, but these people are R too. But of course, no, he's white, right? Next slide. In addition, now mind you, Afro-Asiatic. So the people who have in this R are Afro-Asiatic people.
No,
Now
he
watch
ain't
this.
going for my Afro.
In addition to the languages spoken today, Afro-Asiatic includes many ancient languages, such as Egyptian, which forms a distinct branch of the family. And within the Semitic family, Akkadian, Hebrew,
He needs the
Phoenician,
languages
other Canaanite languages.
malleable
Wait a minute.
conversation.
The language we speak, Paleo-Hebrew, is called Phoenician or Canaanite. That's Afro-Asiatic.
And you know what's crazy about this statement is
the fact that E is the founder of Afro-Asiatic and not R.
No, the fact that he's speaking English right now.
Right. It's called a language shift. It's a language shift. Many cultures, many people have adopted cultures, adopted languages. Same thing with VA8. VA8 comes from Europe, right? Our markers are primarily outside of Africa, right? So when they come into Africa, they adopt that language from the Tobu and other E markers that originated in Afro-Asiatic. You got some, Avery?
Yeah, I'm just going to share my screen really quick and read this source since he's talking about Afro-Asiatic and wants to deal with really our ancestors and people. So this is from the title of this paper is Y Chromosome E Haplogroups, Their Distribution and Implication to the Origin of Afro-Asiatic Languages and Pastoralism. So let's actually deal with the ancestors of Afro-Asiatic peoples. We're going to read just the last sentence in the abstract that kind of summarizes the whole paper. The Proto-Afro-Asiatic group carrying the E-P mutation may have appeared at this point in time and subsequently gave rise to the different major population groups, including current speakers of the Afro-Asiatic languages and pastoralist populations. Most Afro-Asiatic people today carry haplogroup E, and the ancient Proto-Afro-Asiatics would have carried E-P2, which can produce both E1B1A and E1B1B. So just want to clear that up for people. Afro-Asiatics aren't, well, haplogroup R isn't the origin of Afro-Asiatics. They adopted the language family. Well, even a specific branch within the language family. Mostly, they adopted like Chado-Berber language.
Exactly. If you read that genetic history of Chad, it even tells you, it pretty much goes into that these people would have picked that language up from most likely Eastern African people with the E1B1B marker, like the Tobo, because you find the Tobo in Central Africa as well.
Mm-hmm.
Which makes sense because R1B again, R1B again has nothing to do with the formative years of Afro-Asiatic, just like you just read in that same article. It says Afro-Asiatic actually begins with the EP2 haplogroup and the downstream markers of it.
Yep.
All right, so let's get back to this video.
And again, just want to reiterate, he doesn't have RV88 that the Chadic people have. So
yeah.
And this haplogroup is Afro-Asiatic. So now people are saying that this proves I'm not an Israelite, but it actually gives credence to the argument that I am an Israelite. If I wanted to use it, if I believed in this, I can say, well, this is an Afro-Asiatic haplogroup. And what's under the Afro-Asiatic umbrella? The Hebrews, the Israelites. You see that?
you know, this feels kind of weird. I ain't gonna lie. I almost never have heard Hebrews talk about Afro-Asiatics until we did.
Yeah, so I'm gonna start back from the top so y'all
I
can
ain't
let
gonna
this
lie.
sink in. Because again, let's go back.
I could be wrong though. I could be wrong.
The analysis of the distribution of RV88 haplogroup in 1,800 males from 69 African populations revealed a strong genetic continuity between the Chadic-speaking peoples from Central Sahel and several other Afro-Asiatic-speaking groups. Right? Afro-Asiatic. What's Afro-Asiatic? Akkadian, Hebrew, Phoenician, and other Canaanite languages, Amorite, Ugaritic, and Aramaic. While there is no consensus among historical linguists concerning the original homeland of the Afro-Asiatic family or the period when the parent language, i.e. Proto-Afro-Asiatic, was spoken, most agree that it was located within a region of Northeast Africa. Proposed specific locations include the Horn of Africa, Egypt, the Eastern Sahara, and the Levant. What is the Levant? That's another word for the Middle East, or where the Israelites and the Canaanites were. The Levant. Let's Google that up real quick for anybody that doesn't believe me, doesn't want to agree.
Wait, so he actually
The Levant.
believes
The Levant is an approximate historical geographical term referring to the large area in the Eastern Mediterranean region of Western Asia or Northeast Africa, right? Is what it really is, right? So the historical region of Syria, which includes the present-day Syria, Lebanon, Jordan, Israel, Palestine, and most of Turkey southwest of the Middle Euphrates. Its overwhelming characteristic is that it presents the land bridge between Africa and Eurasia. That's the Levant. So that's what Afro-Asiatic, that's where Afro-Asiatic people come from, the Levant. this haplogroup is not only consistent with Afro-Asiatic people, I mean, not just consistent with African people, it's consistent with Afro-Asiatic people. So why isn't this haplogroup bringing us to the conclusion that I'm an Israelite, right? Why? Because even if you don't believe black people are Israelites, this is still found in the area of Israel. See that? But no, he's white. See that? The marker in question. Now watch this. We're gonna show y'all some problems with this DNA thing. Why for this ancient origin haplogroup stuff, it needs not to be relied upon. Israelites don't go freaking out and bugging out on this. I'm telling y'all now. Y'all are about to see how stupid this stuff is. The
He's
marker in
not trying to
question
lose half his
is
followers.
M34, right? M34, a lot of black people is M34. The Y chromosome marker that defines a sub-branch of haplogroup
Can
E
you pause that
known
really
as
quick, by the way?
E1, B1, B1, B.
A lot of black people, i.e. African Americans, I'm assuming he's saying, are not E-M34. It's like a super small minority. Most of us are EM2, but not EM34. That's actually seen mostly like the Middle East and the Mediterranean. It's mostly like, it's not Niger, Congo, or Bantu. Let me put it that way.
E2, A1, or EM34 for short, right? E1B1B, this one, which is an African, majority African haplogroup. Watch this. A scientific paper has indeed been published purporting to show that Napoleon's Y chromosome belongs to the EM34 lineage. The EM34 is found today in Ethiopia, the Near East, and in Europe, but it dates back several thousand years. So Napoleon has E. Napoleon has an African haplogroup. Napoleon who enslaved my ancestors. So if it was E, like, see, here's the funny thing. If Garfield would have said, what are you, E? And I said, yes. He wouldn't have said, oh, well, that makes you a white man. But wait, this white man, Napoleon, that literally enslaved my ancestors is E. So wouldn't this lend credence to the possibility of me being a rape baby between a French man and a Haitian woman? I think that would lend a credence. If a French man named Napoleon is an E, this is confusion. This is total confusion. And it needs not be sought after.
And maybe y'all
And
can
if
tell me
people
what's
think they're going to
confusing
make an
about it.
argument with it, this type of foolishness exposes the hell out of the stupidity that this argument is rooted in, out of the pseudoscience that this argument is rooted in.
Here's the problem. Again, it relies on skin color, but I find it very ironic that you have two very your skin tone is Chico DeBarge's skin tone, and you want to sit up here and talk about my ancient cousin Napoleon, right? Oh, he's white. So what? Guess what? The ancient Israelites that y'all love claiming, a lot of them had white admixture or look white, or had white phenotypic and expression. Why? Because it was mixing with white peoples. How do we know that? Because we know how the Canaanites looked. The Canaanites had Caucasian DNA coming from the Caucasus, right? And the scriptures say many of the Israelites mixed and admixed with them. So Israelites
And the northern kingdom was dispersed amongst the Caucasus as well.
Exactly.
So they would have definitely mixed among them and got even more European looking.
Yes. Right? We have a influx of people coming in to the Levant during the Chalcolithic. They're bringing in light skin and blue eyes. That's y'all problem, man. Y'all stuck on how somebody looks, man. Skin color. All right. All right, you sure? I got you. Hold on. Give me a minute. Y'all just dealing with how somebody looks. Oh, this guy's a white man. How y'all saying that the white man? Because you go around teaching that the white man is the devil. But again, most Western Europeans today have R1B, and you have R1B as well.
Yeah, but it's funny. He tried to connect himself back to, the Fulani for R1B, but they sold slaves too. So you gonna put them in the same category you just threw Napoleon in?
Exactly.
Or you just gonna let them slide because they skin dark?
Exactly. You got something you want to show, Avery?
Yeah, really quick. So what he did, again, I'm just gonna always pull up the parallels between him and Teo, because Teo does the same thing with E, basically throwing us under the bus, by the way. Like what GRLA and Teo are doing is throwing us E markers completely under the bus. So let me just play this really quick.
So all of haplogroup E is black. Different types of black, but still black nonetheless. If a white person or an Arab person carries any branch of haplogroup E, it just means that they have African male ancestors. It doesn't mean that branch turned non-black unless it's a first generation albino is the only exception. So here's the problem, family. Okay, you got white people that have E1B1B all over Europe. It's all over Europe. E1B1B is all over Europe, and they can't explain it. Okay. And so, but the issue is, like I read to you from the very beginning of this presentation, right? From the very beginning, is that the origin of the haplogroups were in Africa, and that those people migrated out. Okay. So that's what we're seeing here. So every last major haplogroup originated in Africa. So when people up here telling you Aura is the white man, and then you go and look at in the Congo and see an Aura1, it's because the Aura1 originated in Africa. The G originated in Africa. They all originated in Africa. It's just that they're many of the descendants of this ancient ancestor are found. His genes are found being spread in Europe. Okay, and it's, as the Lord said, be fruitful and multiply. And you know, men don't have a problem with that. Okay, Eurocentrists like to make the baseless claim that EM215, which is E1B1B, is a white haplogroup because they claim they found some whites and Arabs who belong to branches of EM215, even though the majority of EM215 branches are found among most so-called Horn Africans and North Africans, but these people are not white. We may have long noses and long faces, still doesn't make us white or so-called Caucasian, an all-exclusive version of white. If you look up the haplogroup E1B1A project at FTDNA, you will find many non-black people belong to the many branches of E1B1A. E1B1A is considered a so-called sub-Saharan haplogroup by racist Eurocentrists, even though it's found in Europe and West Asia, just like its little brother E1B1B. He just told you E1B1A is in Europe, also in the white people. Okay, so according to Eurocentrists, E1B1B is found in 25% in Europe, mostly in South Europe, across the Great Sea from Africa. They say EV13 is the highest branch of E in Europe, and it's mostly found in Albania, then the Balkans. So you see, even E1B1B and E1B1A, you find them in the genes of people in Europe. Okay? Because all of the major clades began in Europe. I mean, I'm sorry, it began in Africa. Okay?
And I'll stop right there. But yeah, skin doctrine, man. Got to eradicate it. Or you say nonsense like that.
Every other word was black, white, 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 black. That doesn't tell your ancestry. You go far back enough in history, everybody would have been black or brown or whatever you want to call it.
Exactly.
That
and also
nobody.
Oh, my bad.
You said what?
And also haplogroups like R and G don't originate in Africa.
Yeah, they don't. R originates in Central Asia. M269 originates in Europe. There's no way around it. Bottom line. In their lineage, G, we see that in the Caucasus. So that's where you guys go back.
Shout out to the Khazars.
Yeah. Actual Khazars, man.
Right. Next slide. Go ahead. Go previous slide aside. Go back. No. Well, no, you can't get X. You get, it's called mitochondrial DNA. So you can look that up. They got the same reports on both. You see what I'm saying? Exactly. Because what's in question is Y chromosome, not nothing else, right? You can use your M. I think my mitochondrial DNA is L, I think, from my mother, right? I believe it's L.
Oh, so
in question
his mitochondrial DNA is L. And see, this is what I was saying. I was telling people the reverse may be true. See, a lot of you guys don't listen, man. That woman that's from Ireland that has her maternal lineage going back to Ireland is actually an African marker. You understand? I be telling people what y'all expect the DNA to show y'all, it'd be the opposite, right? So he expected his Haitian father to give him an African marker, and that didn't happen, right? Obviously, that's why we had this conversation with R1B. But his white mother, that he said goes back to Ireland, actually has a L marker, showing you again that you cannot just judge someone's ancestry solely on the way they look. I talked about this on Clubhouse, man. It could, his white mother could have L.
Allegedly, she got L.
Allegedly, he said he thinks it's an L marker. We haven't seen it.
How do you think? All right, never mind.
Well, there is a way that he could be confused because when you go to track your maternal marker, it can go all the way back to the first L. That's the only scenario.
Oh, yeah, that's right. He could be reading.
But 23andMe just flat out tells you what your mitochondrial DNA is. So I don't know. Gorilla Hebrew, if you're watching, best thing you need to do is screenshot what the paternal and maternal marker says.
And the autosomal.
Right, but assuming that you're RM269, that's European, and your mother is L, that just shows and proves that skin color cannot determine ancestry, right? You bringing up Napoleon. Napoleon is related to us because he's EM34. We share paternal lineage with him because he has the haplogroup E, meaning we share segments of DNA that we can only get by sex. Right? That's the only way we can get that. We share the M96 chromosome, the EP2 chromosome. The only way we can get those is by sex. Someone living in the past, having children and passing it down until we get all the way to us. That's how we know we share common ancestry. Napoleon, white. But brother, you're white. Look at you have European morphology, your hair texture. Come on, man. You're using the white skin doctrine and stop it, bro. It's fallacious.
Next slide. In December 2012, a genetic study conducted by the same researchers who decoded King Tutankhamun's DNA predicted using an STR predictor that Ramses III, second pharaoh of the 20.
Actually, I'll let him explain and then I'll say.
He about to drop a pseudo on this too.
He about to drop a super pseudo tornado, man. This is going to be crazy.
20th dynasty of Egypt, and considered to be the last great New Kingdom regent to wield any substantial authority over Egypt, belonged to the Y-DNA haplogroup EM2, alternatively known as haplogroup E1B1A. Hebrew Israelites, you believe Ramses III oppressed your ancestors. That's what you believed. That's what you believe. But if you believe that E1B1 equals Israelite, then you believe.
We do need to stop right there. Go ahead, bro.
So I didn't know Ramses III was the pharaoh of Egypt during the Exodus. I thought it would be someone from a different time period. Like, I know we all got different dates, but at least like Tutmosis III or
maybe
y'all got
the
y'all
second,
different.
maybe. You know.
Yeah, no one says Ramses III. The secular opinion is Ramses II, which Ramses III does not descend from Ramses II
at all.
Mm-hmm. He descends from Seknot.
Yeah, Ramses III father was a mercenary they think was from Libya, who took
according to
advantage of
Mr.
a power vacuum that was in Egypt.
Ramses
As
III
you
was from the
you
20th
gonna hear
dynasty.
where you think you come from, because you don't think you come from neither one of those that y'all named, family. Watch.
Ramses III was from the 20th dynasty. Ramses II was from the 19th dynasty. Many generations separated apart.
Now watch what dynasty his father come from.
That this oppressive Egyptian pharaoh was an Israelite. You see how problematic this stuff is? Or either that or we're Egyptian. You got a hell of a conundrum there. And it's funny because a lot of these dudes, a lot of people who try to like forward this DNA stuff, they do it only to fit their agenda, right? They only give you the parts of it that they want to, and they don't give you like a real objective, full analysis thereof. Because when you really look at the error, the margins of error, and the mishaps and the mistakes that are made, and the things that really don't make sense, they don't purport that or report that. They just stay consistent with a narrative. But if you're an Israelite, and Israelites are just E1B1A, that's all the haplogroup that is the haplogroup of Jacob, which you can't substantiate. That's the haplogroup of Jacob, right? Then why the
I wonder, who is he talking to now? He said, "You Israelites," and then he's saying, you know, you think, you know, Jacob's E1B1A. Who is he talking to? Because there's not that many Israelites that even touch DNA. I'm just curious.
I would say that's a good point, but I would also say it's a bigger problem than that. His whole argument is that most African Americans are Israelites, but most African Americans' Y chromosome is E1B1A. So now, how is he trying to throw out E1B1A now?
He's throwing us all under the bus. 60% of
It
us.
don't even make sense what he's saying. Then he's trying to make Ramses III the pharaoh of the damn Exodus and have nothing to do with it. Then he got Dakota King Tut as a predictor for Ramses III. King Tut ain't got nothing to do with Ramses III.
You know what he doing, James? You know when those guys that ain't supposed to be committing crimes get into the detective room, and he just starts spewing shit that don't got nothing to do with
Throwing
crime.
shit together.
Yeah, he telling them all type of shit. Yeah, my auntie down the street sell weed and plate and stamps. Like, we picked you up for a traffic charge, and you up here telling on your auntie. Like,
Yeah, I know what 3 dope houses is.
I know what 3
Let me
dope
go,
houses.
man.
I know what little Randy be out there.
Hey,
He
King
out there.
Tut had some coke, man.
Yeah, yeah, they're gonna do that too. Yeah, this guy was sniffing cocaine. This your ancestor? Hey, damn! Like, so the person had cocaine in his system, so therefore he can't. That eliminates him as being our ancestor. This is just silly shit, bro.
Hey, wait till we get to that part. I got something to say about that.
So let me make sure I understand. So I guess he don't read the script where it talks about, you know, the Syrians being in rule. So if you know who the father of the Syrians are, then you know the E1B1A will be definitely in Egypt. Definitely, like not even playing.
Facts.
You know what I'm saying? So like, it's kind of hard to hear this brother that call himself a teacher, right? That call himself, you know, a leader of some brothers and sisters, and he don't understand this part of our history. And this is a very important part of our history because this is where it starts for us as a nation of people, right? So you should understand, right, outside of the narrative that's been pushed by theologians and those who claim to understand the scriptures, you should know better. And what my brothers be out here pushing and teaching, according to documents, according to science, right? It gives that understanding, fam. Right? It's like you can't run or get away from what the brothers is presenting every single time they go live, especially when we dealing with DNA. Man, come on, man. Y'all got to stop playing with these brothers,
You
man.
made a great point. Wouldn't the Israelites be in Egypt? You made a great point.
I mean, even after the Exodus, we were still in Egypt.
Yeah, the scriptures say that.
Man,
And
so man,
one of our ancient occupations always been mercenaries. We mercenaries and tradesmen. That's what we've always been.
Yeah,
you
for
gotta do better,
years.
brother Hebrew. You gotta do better, brother.
And then you tried to make Ramesses III into Ramesses II on the low. Like, come on, bro, you tripping.
But watch. I'm telling you, wait till y'all hear who his daddy is, man.
And he's trying to basically make us into Hamitic people, and in a sly way, you know.
Yeah,
And that's usually how it go. They find out they got this European marker. Now you want to down haplogroup E. Now you want to throw shots at Yap. Like, what the, you know?
Yep.
Again, and James made a great point. Majority of African Americans are E. You know? So now you shitting on them.
Mm-hmm.
All because you got an R marker that go back to Europe.
I'm gonna share something
Hell
really
is one
quick.
of Jacob's oppressors have that.
You said you want to share something?
Yeah, really quick, and then we can go back to that. This will be my last Teo video, but he does the same thing with Ramses. I'm just gonna play this really quick, but it's crazy.
See, you have some white people who are E1B1A and E1B1B, but they look nothing like us. You have Ramses, Pharaoh of Egypt, with E1B1A, as well as many Israelites. What does that mean? And you, I've been told by some of these camp teachers that E1B1, Ramses being E1B1A means he was a Hebrew. And the Bible tells you Ramses was an Egyptian who persecuted the Hebrews.
Bro, that's the exact same thing.
Hey, I think he might be watching some Teo ministry videos.
I think so
man.
too, bro. All of his talking points mirror Teo, bro. I'm just gonna go back and play that again.
He told by some of these camp teachers that E1B1, Ramses being E1B1A means he was a Hebrew. And the Bible tells you Ramses was an Egyptian who persecuted the Hebrews. Who you gonna believe, the Bible, or you gonna believe these guys?
Anyway,
why they always
bro.
do that? Why they always do that? They make themselves the Bible. Who you gonna believe? The Bible? Or you gonna believe these guys?
Mm-hmm. They mean
First of all, the Bible
them.
don't say Ramesses III was the Pharaoh of the oppression. It don't say that nowhere in the scripture. It don't say Ramesses III was the Pharaoh of the oppression, right?
Yeah, because
It don't even
Ramses
say Ramesses
II is
II.
responsible for building Pyramses. That's who's responsible for building Pyramses. Ramses II, not the third. Ramses
like, it don't
III
even
just
say
took the
that
title for
verbatim.
legitimacy. That's it. To legitimize his throne, he picked that name because Ramses II threw his name all over Egypt, man. Everywhere. He wrote his name over other people's monuments that they built. So he was the most famous pharaoh.
Right.
Exactly.
In the book of Genesis, it mentions Ramesses. Well, that doesn't mean that Ramesses existed during the time of Abraham. Now, does it? Don't mean that. But again, no scholar is saying Ramesses III is the Pharaoh of oppression.
Not one.
You guys just don't study. Ramesses III is a descendant of Seknot, right? And Seknot comes into power after a Syrian uprising and upheaval in ancient Egypt. That's how he comes into power, man. Then his son becomes the Pharaoh.
And that's how you get the E1B1A and Ramses III.
Thank you.
He's a Shemite. And all of Shem's son carries the E1B1A. All of them.
You know, 23andMe says that he pretty much either come from North Africa or Western Asia. 23andMe says that.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
You understand? Hey, GRLA Hebrew, what 23andMe say about your marker? Since you shitting on ours, right?
I know Teo descends from Ozzy the Iceman.
And then you know what else is funny though about this Pharaoh topic is they don't mention the fact that they label a specific dynasty or a specific era of pharaohs as black pharaohs. I mean, if it's what they say it is, all of the pharaohs was black according to modern science and history. you know, the Ptolemies were the pale skins that came in and started to tear shit down, right? But my point is this. When you get to the 25th dynasty is where you start to really hear about the so-called black pharaohs. But they were actually there before the 25th dynasty. But they don't talk about these things. And according to our understanding and the information that we bring out, it's telling the story right then and there, right for us. But it's like, because that narrative don't fit yours, the truth don't fit your narrative, you don't talk about it. You don't bring it up. You don't mention it at all. And that's sad, family. Because what you think the Most High is doing, he's revealing all of the falsehoods. So those who are tapped into the source, yeah, we're going to be revealing that. And so for y'all that's not tapped in, man, y'all going to be looking like fools out here, family. And it ain't funny. I ain't laughing while I'm talking. I ain't smiling either, because it's not a good look for us as a nation. Again, man, get that shit together, bro.
Facts.
To come up with King Tut was an Israelite. King Tut practiced incest.
Nobody says that. Who said King Tut was an Israelite? That must have been Run Dalton, dumbass.
No, that's because he thinks King Tut is E1B1A.
Exactly.
That's why.
We're going to cover that right now.
Yeah, he's going to make a fool out of himself.
Source for that?
Hey, wait. Let him finish making a fool out of himself first. Then we pull up the source. Let him say it.
All right.
Right. We don't want to slander the brother.
I was quick to pull that trigger on him.
Is something wrong? Hit it.
Sirach 21 and 12 in the GNT. You have to be intelligent to learn anything. But there is such a thing as just pretending.
Shut the fuck up, dude. You the last
Only
person
makes
be
people
talking
bitter.
about you have to be
And that's a lot
intelligent.
of-
You sitting up there just co-signing a bunch of garbage. Bullshit. This man just said King Tut. He's pretty much assuming King Tut's E1B1A. You talking about you have to be intelligent. No, if you were intelligent, the intelligent thing to do would be to
Google that
research.
shit.
Yeah, research the claim before you make the claim.
It's literally on Wikipedia, by the way, when it comes to King Tut and Akhenaten. It's kind of funny, actually.
And here's the thing, Gorilla Hebrew. No, I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait till we get to it. I ain't gonna spoil the beans yet about King Tut.
The brothers who put their trust in this, I'm just gonna say I could definitely be wrong. A lot of it just sounds like people pretending to be intelligent, pretending to know what the hell they're talking about.
You mean like
Because
you
once
guys
start using, mitochondrial DNA, and they start thinking
They being ironic again.
this haplogroup. I'm not saying that there's no credence whatsoever in it, but a lot of times people just say that to try to woo a certain type of person, to try to attempt to sound smarter than they really are.
That's right. Now watch this. Now let's.
I think we call this projecting.
Yeah, that's what you guys are doing, because he just made a fatal mistake and said King Tut was pretty much E1B1A.
Watch this. Let's get some more about King Tut, right? Ancient Egypt's most famous pharaoh was the product of incest, and that contributed to his death. So if you're going to say that he was an Israelite, you would also have to not only prove that his father, but his mother was an Israelite. Here's the problem, right?
Mirror, mirror on the wall.
His father.
Tell us who's
is
the most
Akhenaten.
hypocritical of them
So
all.
now you'd have to prove that Akhenaten, which is one of the most wicked and evil niggas that ever lived on the face of this earth, he's also got to be an Israelite now.
Hold on real quick. How is that a point?
Did you hear what he said? Did you hear what he said?
He's assuming they all E1B1A.
And he said Akhenaten is Ramses the third father, bro.
No, I think he's saying he King Tut the father, huh?
No, look, rewind it back real
Maybe I
fast.
missed
It's
it.
just a couple of seconds, and listen to what he's saying, man. I'm telling you.
Person try to attempt to sound smarter than they really are.
That's right. Now watch this. Now let's watch this. Let's get some more about King Tut, right? Ancient Egypt's most famous pharaoh was the product of incest.
I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry. I know this nigga. Hold on, man. If I'm muted, no. This nigga right here with these cornrows in his head, he give me Malibu Most Wanted vibes, bro. That's what this nigga remind me of, man. A white boy that want to be black so bad.
But by the way,
and that
to
contributed
pause
to
really,
his death.
I gotta also point this out. I think we kind of all know, but he's making this up completely because he's acting like he's quoting a source, and down below on the screen, he has the paper where it does talk about Ramses III being E1B1A, but that paper doesn't mention Tutankhamun, so he actually kind of forged that quote like a quote he's trying to read. Like it's kind of weird because I don't know, it's hard to find, like
Half
everything he's
of it's
reading
the
is made
source,
up.
half of it he made up.
Right. That's yeah. I just want people to know that he's not reading an actual like source.
Yeah, man. Like this is just pseudo. But let me catch this audio clip.
At just 19. So King Tut was a product of incest. So if you're going to say that he was an Israelite, you would also have to not only prove that his father, but his mother was an Israelite. Here's the problem, right? His father is Akhenaten. So
So
now
you
you
talking
have
about
to
Tut?
prove
Oh, you
that
talking about Tut?
Akhenaten, which is one of the most wicked and evil niggas that ever lived on the face of this earth, he's also got to be an Israelite now in order
So
for your DNA argument
Akhenaten,
to make sense. Give me Leviticus 18. So mind you,
Akhenaten, King Tut, and Ramses III are all E1B1A. That's what they're.
I
Yeah,
guess
that's what
that's
he's
what he's
insinuating.
assuming, but that's wrong. Like,
Right. That's wrong. Right. But
yeah, because
okay.
he's saying all these wicked things about them, but they R1B.
I'm about to
Tut is
get
R1B, the same haplogroup that nigga got.
I got the source.
Those your kin folks, man.
Yeah,
Those
you
are your
talking
kin
so
folks.
bad about them like they us, them yo people.
That's
I
your
got the
people,
source
G.
if you need it.
Go on, pull it up, man, because he already put his
Oh
foot
no,
in his
no.
mouth.
I'm not
Man.
doing that wiki stuff, bro. I got it. Trust me. I got Yahia Gad 2020. I see what you got, brother. I want to get to Yahia Gad, but I want to also point this out. You're saying, oh, this person did incest, so how could he be an Israelite, bruh? Have you King Ahab? Do I even need to say it anymore?
The whole
damn Northern Kingdom. Like, I don't even have to keep saying stuff. They were
Hey,
wicked,
David's
bro.
children. David's son raped his own sister.
Native Indians were committing sodomy. We got proof that they were committing sodomy. You say they Israelites. Come on, man.
The tribe
Israelites were
the
committing
tribe of
sodomy.
Benjamin.
Right. The
Yeah.
tribe of Benjamin.
Israelites have been some of the most wicked people in the Bible, and now he talking about, oh, these people wicked, they can't be Israelites. Man, shut up, bro. What Bible you reading, bro?
Exactly.
Aren't we suffering the curses because our ancestors were wicked?
Exactly.
Come on, man.
The so-called curses, should I say?
Go somewhere with them red herrings, bro. Watch this. So we're gonna go to Yahia Gad. Insights from ancient DNA analysis of Egyptian human mummies, clues of disease and kinship. So if you read this article, it gives you the paternal lines of King Tut, Akhenaten, Ahmose the First, pretty much that whole 18th dynasty royal line, right? Let me get to it here. Right here. The paleogenomic-based kinship analysis of ancient Egyptian human remains. The genetic relatedness of individuals from archaeological sites has been utilized to elucidate family relationships. A number of studies on the Egyptian human remains assess the maternal and paternal lineages using both mtDNA sequences and nuclear DNA markers, including autosomal and Y chromosome short tandem repeats. To the best of our knowledge, no full NGS autosomal study has been published yet in this regard. Only uniparental markers were utilized. An investigative study was carried out on the familiar relationships of a number of late 18th dynasty mummies, 1550 to 1295 BC, including that of Tutankhamun. That's King Tut. The study was based on the analysis of the autosomal and Y chromosome STR markers in addition to mitochondrial hypervariable region 1 sequence. A 4-generation pedigree of Tutankhamun's immediate lineage and the identity of his ancestors were established. The royal male's lineage was the Y chromosome haplogroup R1B. So Gorilla Hebrew.
Them evil motherfuckers. The wicked non-Israelite motherfuckers. You know what I mean?
The most wicked on the planet, might I add.
Yeah, ever. You know what I'm saying?
them incest having motherfuckers.
Hey, Gorilla Hebrew, quit putting your foot in your mouth. Just let this DNA stuff go, bro. Let it go.
Right. And what your boy just said, you know, these people are just trying to sound smart. That's you niggas. You understand?
Making up fake quotes.
Like Nas says, why shoot the breeze about it when you can be about it? Well, we actually being about it. Right? Again, R1B. That's King Tut's lineage. Akhenaten is R1B. Amenhotep III is R1B. Tutankhamun's R1B. That's your kinfolks, man.
According to him, he was the oppressor of the Israelites.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, your ancestors oppressed the Israelites, man. Right?
Bro, the irony in everything he's been saying.
Yeah, man. A 4th generation.
Hey, but like you say, this the Most High is doing.
yeah. According to him, the Most High doing this. Yikes.
So what is the Most High telling us then with him being wrong point after point after point after point after point? He's just
He needs to revise that damn doctrine. That's what the Most High telling him.
Right. I agree.
Hey, hold on real quick. Let me read this. It threw me off. Put this back on the screen. There it is. All right, so it says a 4 generations pedigree of Tutankhamun's immediate lineage and the identity of his ancestors were established. The royal male lineage was the Y chromosome haplogroup R1b that was passed from the grandparent Amenhotep III to the father Akhenaten to the grandchild Tutankhamun. It's clear. King Tut would have been R1b just like you, Gorilla Hebrew. You understand? You got ancient Egyptian lineages as well. But you just tried to shit on Ramesses III. And then tried to throw these people off on us, and they your relatives. So, you know what? Shaka almost was right.
That it was big, you just don't know. Let me show you the past so your future can look bright. Help you walk into the light, help you see yourself. I've heard them say that we wasn't even there. Baby, let me make it clear. We were the ones. If you pay attention to what I'm about to show, there's no doubt that you will know. We were the ones, and I'ma show you. Nefertari said she was black because that's the way that my name will show you. Egypt was a black man, King Tut was a black man, cause that's the way that.
Hey man, King Tut, man, he was a black man, cause that's the way that Riot made her. All right, man. As y'all can see, and then when you get to the female line, the maternal lineage, the mitochondrial haplogroup K is standing from the great grandmother, and K is also European too. Thuya to the grandmother, Queen Tai to the yet historical unidentified mother, to Tutankhamun. All right, then you also have Ramesses III and his son, as purported, and we know he had E1B1A, and they lived around 1190 to 1070 BC. So get your facts right, man. All right.
So if I got this correct, my G either descends from a slaver or from a oppressive line of pharaohs.
boy.
Prepare slaughter for his children.
Prepare slaughter for
their fathers.
Oh, bro, y'all gonna have to revise that doctrine, man. Y'all gonna have to change the doctrine, bro. Like, it's time to jump ship. There's too many holes in that boat, man. There's too many holes in that boat, brother.
Hey, and us laying the foundations on this DNA thing, we did that right in time a year ago too, because it's just falling. Right, everything been falling into place since we did it. Bang, bang, bang. Knocking down weak doctrine after weak doctrine.
Right. Because we don't spend majority of our time going out there yelling at white folks and getting to fight with white folks and trying to be Malibu's most wanted, getting cornrows in your head, and I'm down with the niggers now. No, we don't do that. We actually research and actually show you our methodology. We show our work. You remember when you were in school and you'd be like, oh, this is the answer. And the teacher like, no, how did you get that answer? Show your work. That's what we do here, right? We don't want to produce know-it-alls. We want to produce show-it-alls.
Big
All
fact.
right?
These are people who oppressed our ancestors, enemies of the ancient Israelites.
You mean your ancestors?
Products
them
of incest.
R1Bs.
But if we just follow your E1B1A argument, this would make them Israelites.
They're not E1B1A.
Read that.
They're R1B.
Of the land of Egypt, wherein you dwelt, shall you not do.
See, and this proves that these are not Israelites; these are Egyptians, because this is something that is common amongst Egyptians that the Most High God warned us to not pick up after, and they continue doing.
You thinking what I'm thinking, James?
Hey, he just said it. Y'all heard it. This proves that them R1B motherfuckers, not Israelites. He just said it out of his own mouth. It wasn't us. That's him. Remember that. These oppressive Egyptian pharaohs who carried R1B, because Ramses III was after the Exodus, all right? Like 200 years after the Exodus.
Long after.
You know what I'm saying? So these Tutankhamun, Akhenaten, and all them right around that time period when we was getting oppressed in Egypt, all right? Them R1B carried, maybe that's how R1B got in Israel and you got it, huh? One of them oppressing ass Egyptian pharaohs you talking about was probably raping Israelite women, and that's how your R1B got in Israel.
Shout out to Shisha, you know what I'm saying?
Oh man, y'all crazy, bro.
Oh yeah, can't forget the incestuous part. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Hey, talk to your
incestuous.
ancestors about that incest when they was ruling Egypt, all right?
Oh, that's that Mamzer joint? Oh, no.
Damn, man, when talking shit goes wrong.
I'll get to skip to it. Verse 6. None of you shall approach to any that is of near kin to him to uncover their nakedness. I am the Lord.
See that? Any that is of near kin to him to uncover their nakedness, I am the Lord. And yeah, so he's reigning during the time period while we're in slavery, literally, right? 13 to 1231. So we're in slavery under these people at this time, right? Right, and this is during the new kingdom when the Pharaoh who I knew not takes over.
Exactly. So the Bible says that guy can't be an Israelite.
It's impossible. But he's E1B1A though. Right. He's E1B1A.
Wrong. He's
but it's impossible
R1B,
for him to
buddy.
be an Israelite, right? And he's practicing incest, which God tells us not to do, which is consistent with the practices of the Egyptians. Not only, now watch this. Watch how despicable King Tut is. Not only is he a product of incest, but then watch.
Bro, I'm over here
Tut's family
dying
ties.
laughing.
This is via National Geographic now. The first source was Huffington Post. This is National Geographic now. Tut's family ties are further complicated by the royal custom of incest during this period. That's why the Most High told us, like, but the Bible ain't real. But God is telling us not to be like Egyptians because they practice incest, right? And it's a custom amongst the Egyptians to practice incest. How is that? Is totally historically lines up. If they're just making this up, why would they?
Gorilla Hebrew, those your ancestors. They are R1B. And it wasn't, we're not going to throw it on everybody in Egypt doing incest. We all know the royal family was doing that because they were trying to keep it in their damn blood.
Yeah, not the commoners and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, a pure blood thing.
Yeah, this is bad. This is
if the whole Egyptian population practiced that, there will be no Egyptians after long.
Yo, shout out
but it's amazing that he just pouring it on poor King Tut. It was that they swearing he E1B1A, just throwing the heat on it, trying to kill E1B1A. All while that motherfucker R1B, bro. Just like him. Bro, I cannot stop laughing, bro.
Damn, I think you were right, Avery. Everybody hates the E1B1A.
Bro. Everybody.
Yep, Ezekiel. They always attack E1B1A when they find out they're not E1B1A.
There's a dude in Israel, apparently. Somebody keeps bringing him up. He found out he was R, and he's saying E1B1A is Canaanites now. Some old guy.
Yeah, out there. Yeah.
Hey, yo, Mari got a good point, man. The royals in Western Europe also practice a whole lot of incest, and they was R1B too, not just the the English, also the French, and the people in the Spanish as well.
Saying it's all kind of R1B mams or kings out there.
They are, for some reason, they like to, all the royalty married to royalty, so after a while everybody family, so they just like doing this incest thing. These R1Bers.
Sweet home Alabama.
But don't worry, when you get mad at E1B1A, you make all the evil R1B shit E1B1A shit. Don't worry about it.
Hey, somebody go to his channel and remind him R1B is King Tut, bro. God
He gonna
damn.
blow his shit. He gonna be like, I can't believe I said all that bad shit about my ancestors.
God, leave. Boy. Got to be more careful.
But by the way, Shoop, share my screen really quick. I just want to show the people how easy this is to look this up. All you got to do is go to Wikipedia, type in DNA history of Egypt, then go to the 18th dynasty. It shows Amenhotep III, Tutankhamun, Akhenaten. These three pharaohs, R1B. It's right there in Wikipedia. Very easy to look up. Also, it's hard for me to pronounce his name. I think it's Thaya. And he had G, so shout out to Taya with that one. But the rest of these Egyptian pharaohs had R. So it's very easy to look up. I don't know why they had to make a forgery of a paper to say it was E1B1A, but anyways.
It's because you're not really taking out the time to read and study this stuff. That's all. Not taking out the time.
Be in there. If they didn't know emphatically that the Egyptians were, if this was not a secret that the Egyptians practiced royal incest, right? Point.
Was King Tut also the king that was they found traces of cocaine in his system?
Yes.
So this is a guy. He
Wait,
was
what?
a mamzer cokehead.
Yes. An incest baby coke.
Damn,
They need to stop talking about their dad like that. That's wrong. Don't the scriptures say to honor thy parents and everybody who hates their parents? I'm just saying. Come on now.
They're really going in on E1B1A though. Dang. We're
I told
cocaine,
you,
drug
dude.
addict.
It's crazy because 60% of the people they holler at on the street is E1B1. Like, bro, what is you doing?
We're a bunch of cocaine descendant.
Hey, this is that nigga that get caught doing a petty crime and be at that detective table just telling on everybody.
Hey, telling shit he didn't even get caught doing. Yeah, about 5 years ago, I shot a nigga, but he deserved that shit.
It's like the judge was like, look, we're gonna give you 6 months and then probation. Oh no, Larry down the street selling he's selling crystal meth. Like you
I gotta
telling
get out
everybody.
today.
Oh yeah, there wasn't King Tut the one found with cocaine.
And he had E1B1A, by the way.
Bruh. Them yo peoples, bruh.
So the crazy part is likely that Assad got E1B1A and that your boy is R1B, right? So they taking shots at each other the whole time. How like
bro?
They don't even know it.
Right.
Oh man.
A house divided can't. Yeah, come on, fam. Anyway.
Damn. Hassad, you said earlier, oh, they just trying to sound intelligent, but they're not really. Nigga, that's you, boy.
To a T, that's you.
That's you, nigga. When got cornrows so you can look like you down. Get your goofy ass out of here.
What's that old saying? Deflection through projection. That's what these dudes doing.
For sure.
Hey, hi, good point. They always talk about the spirit. The spirit was on.
Hey, they had a special spirit on them that time, boy. They was telling some truth about that ancestor shit. They just got the haplogroup wrong.
But look, they start shooting at the whole haplogroup, bro. Not just like E1B1. They go at the whole paragroup of E, bro.
Oh man.
Hey, they gotta stand against it. They not with it. They say they not yap. Fuck yap. You know what I'm saying?
They went against the whole Yap joint, like for real, the whole Yap fam.
They say they ain't said it yet, but D coming too, nigga. They say they gonna get haplogroup.
D finna get this one too.
Man,
They say them motherfuckers yap too. They gotta get them.
all people do this, man. We get on the Ashkenazis when they come with that racial superiority shit. You know what they do? It's like, oh, like Shlomo. He was like, he pretty much was saying, if I can't be an Israelite, nobody can be an Israelite, and that's what this is all about.
No, he put one of your joints though. He pulls up like the whole like the E amongst the Germanic population. The whole just like, oh, word, like.
Yeah, shitting on E, but shitting on yourself at the same time, man.
Jacob Israel does that a lot because, you know, us having E1B1A, he throws out all the Jewish people with E, throws them all under the bus.
Exactly.
Completely. Pushing
So
that
I
J mark.
want SICARRI to go to his camp and say, all you niggas that got an E1B1A is bullshit.
Hey, he pretty much just said it.
Yeah.
He just tried to throw all manner of evil, throw his ancestral evil off on us.
But how come they ain't cool if they black with E1B1A though, man?
It don't matter.
No, but that's what I'm saying, bro. It's crazy that like if like he's got to go all at E, right? But these people were black people with E. You know what I'm saying? Like for him, it's cool. We got black people at all. It's straight, you know. So that's the like the psychosis of the skin doctrine is like it works for you and against you. You know what I'm saying? Like you can't when you want everyone to be black to be the same thing, fam. Like it's not going to work when you break out genetics at all because you're going to have people. So once you start taking shots at white people who are E, you're taking shots at black people who are E. It's just how it works, man.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we got Dublin. Oh, yeah, I gotta let him on. We might have to finish this another day. I want him to come on. I'm gonna
Is
give you
that
a link, brother.
Adam? Or is that somebody?
Yeah, that's Adam. That's Adam. Adam, I want you to come on and break down his genealogical information. Yeah, we need to see this. This is gonna be powerful. All right, I'm gonna send you the link right now. Check your email.
Yeah, let me go get my popcorn ready because I'm about to hear all this.
Check your email. You should have it, brother. It's in your email. He's gonna break down what he brought out earlier about his grandfather and grandmother, and he was trying to pretty much say, I don't have any European in my paternal side. Yes, you do, bro.
Hey, he said he got a time limit, so as soon as he come on, we just gonna give him the flow, let him get everything he can out.
I'm still trying to figure out how that R makes him an Akan Levite.
Oh yeah.
All right, we got Adam K in the building. We might have to do a part 3 tomorrow to finish this. Adam. Are you there, brother?
Yeah. Hey guys.
Peace.
Yeah. So I did some looking around from the information that he provided on Ancestry.com of the family tree. First, his family tree, as well as other users who have the same family tree. Now, his family tree doesn't include some of the information from some of the others, but yeah. So I got some of that. And part of it is he referenced the 1880 census, which in fact identifies his many great-grandfather Francois Globe as black, but the 1870 census that he doesn't have, it has him as mixed, or actually, pardon me, mulatto race. Now, the mulatto race designation doesn't necessarily imply that the person in question is a mix of European and African. It can mean European and First Nations or Indigenous American or Indigenous Western Hemisphere or Indian, as folks in the States say. Though I think Indians are from India, but anyways. So it's interesting because in his 23andMe breakdown, which shows kind of when different different people kind of moved through his genetic line. Native American is included in the 18th century, mid 18th century. So it was, I was trying to track down the Claude or Claude, because Claude is another name for Claude. It also goes by Glode, Glode, and you see Glode being used in census information in his family from Louisiana. It's also was also used predominantly by First Nations in Nova Scotia. It was a common name adaptation of First Nations who paired up with Acadians. But there is a Claude, one Claude in the late 1600s. There's two late 1600 censuses from Acadia that has a Claude, but there is no record of Claudes in the detention camps of Acadians throughout the eastern seaboard, nor is there reference to Claudes in Haiti, nor is there reference in Claudes to Louisiana. And the one he references, his many great-grandfather, Francois Glode, is the first Glode on record in Louisiana in 1832. But the other trees have his father listed as well, being born in Louisiana in 1785. But there's no documentation backing that up. So I'm not in. Most of the other trees recognize this person, but there is I don't have any reference evidence. So both Francois Glode and his wife Juliette Glode are referenced as, are designated as mulatto as a race in the 1870 census. So we don't know what subclade of R1B is. If he's R1V88, there's two scenarios where the paternal line from Africa is possible. One is based on DNA analysis of 17th century samples of enslaved Africans in the Caribbean. It's called genome-wide ancestry of 17th century enslaved Africans from the Caribbean. Sorry, I'm getting an echo. Let me just.
Hey, Yeshua, share my screen right quick. I got the 1870 census joined up.
All right.
I have screenshots for all of this too, but there you go. You got it there. Yeah. So he references the 1880 and the 1880 census. Now, if it's on the right side there, he's referenced as black. I haven't looked at the 1900 census. I would imagine he's referenced as black too, but in the 1870, it's mulatto. So anyways, the RVA8 scenario, there's two scenarios based on the genome-wide ancestry of 17th century enslaved Africans from the Caribbean. They find a sample of RV88 from the mid 17th century. So RV88 is there. The second scenario, which I think is the potential, like if we're to go with his his claim or his suggestion that he's RV88, the paternal line would be from the major slave route from east, established by the French in East Africa in the mid to late 18th century, where they pulled people via Mozambique through the South Atlantic up all the way north to the Caribbean and to Louisiana, which is one of the most incredible distances and probably most arduous journey for any of the enslaved people coming across the Atlantic.
Yeah, they would typically lose 30% of people coming around just the Cape of Africa.
Yeah, I mean, it's huge. I mean, you're probably double, triple the distance. It's easy. It's a huge distance, incredible journey. And let me just get the data here. There's sorry, my computer's not. Where is that? Okay, so the Louisiana slave database has from 1719 to 1820 a total of 102 slaves that came from enslaved people that came from Makwa, which is on the East Coast. 67 males, 35 females. So it's possible that that's a male R1B V88 came through there. And in his 23andMe, there's Southeast African and Sudanese that is also coming from the mid to late 18th century. So it is possible that there would have been a male slave that would have had to have slept with either a white woman or probably a white woman, and then the son of that person would have been Francois' father from 1785. But I think it's more likely, based on the last name being associated with Acadian First Nations, and because the First Nations is also in that 18th century, is that there was a French Acadian man who had First Nations admixture that would have been kicked out of modern day Maritimes Canada by the British. A large of the amount of these people ended up going to modern day Haiti temporarily, and then over to Louisiana, establishing in southwestern Louisiana in the 1780s, probably the mid 1780s, which is also when the longest well, it's not a record, but in other family trees, that's Francois' father was born in a town established by the Acadians in 1785. So that to me would be most likely the paternal line, and then either the person born in 1785 produced a baby who was mixed, or this guy was probably already mixed, but it would have been French and First Nations, hence the Glaude last name. And then the son of Francois Sr., Francois Jr., born 1830, marries Juliette Mouton. And Julia Mouton is the daughter of the prominent Mouton slave owner, whose brother was governor of, or was it nephew, was governor of Louisiana. Mouton was one of the biggest, if not the biggest, slave-owning family in Louisiana and a super powerful political entity. Anyways, it's recognized in all the family trees that Juliet's mother was a 19-year-old slave. And I suggest that 19-year-old female, she is the descendant of the Sudanese East African slaves that would have been brought to Louisiana in the late 18th century. But it could be either or. I mean, it's possible V88. If his haplogroup subclade is V88, then it would have been a 1780s male enslaved person from East Africa who came all the way around, or it's an older 17th century V88 that would have been enslaved via West Africa. Either of those V88s are most likely from East Chad or Sudan, and V88 is especially prominent in the Bulala tribe, and actually the older V88 sample is directly related, based on the genetic analysis, to this Bulala tribe in East Chad. And they were in a power struggle with other tribes, and at one point they teamed up, but they were very closely linked to Arab slave traders today, and for the last since at least the 15th century or 16th century have been Muslim, and they have an Afro-Asiatic language. They have significant Arab admixture and are culturally close to Sudanese and Arab slave trade and culture. So it is possible V88 via West Africa from French, Spanish, or Portuguese in the 17th century. More likely, if it is V88, it came from the French slave trade in East Africa in mid to late 18th century. And I think the 18th century makes more sense because the 23andMe adage, like the 18th century Sudanese and East African information, that suggests that those people are overwhelmingly of that ethnic or genetic groups, and its time is mid to late 18th century. If it was the earlier East African, there would have been more likely not admixture with West Africans, so it wouldn't be that strong by the mid to late 18th century.
Hey,
So
mute out
anyways,
real quick, more. Mute out real quick.
yeah, that's kind of it.
Yeah, okay, powerful information. So his paternal side is going back to this man that was declared a mulatto, and we know that there was some quote unquote white admixture if you're labeled a mulatto. And you brought up that I guess Juliet was a slave or descendant of a slave or something to that effect.
That's right. Her father was a prominent slave owner, and his mother, or sorry, her mother is recognized as a 19-year-old slave.
That makes sense because he says in this video, we don't see the actual marker, but he says that on his maternal side that he's actually an L marker. He said that. So the funny thing about that is his mother is a white Irish woman, according to him. So, but the DNA could be L, which could go back to what you're talking about.
So, I guess maybe. I guess I don't. Does the mother of your a mother of your father's line, can that show up as the maternal haplogroup, or would it be
No.
No, it'd be the mother's mother's.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well,
I don't
mean,
think he's right
L
about
isn't
that. L.
L
I don't
isn't present in Ireland at all. I don't think. And in
I know.
England,
So
it's
that
like,
Ireland, that must be her paternal ancestry. You see what I'm saying? That must be her. That must be her dad's ancestry if it's true and exact that he's a L, or maternally. You know.
No, her mom would have had to be an L, but she would have had it would have probably been like an early slave that mixed in that whose daughter was probably a mulatto, and then she kept having children with white men. So by the time it gets to the point where she's about to be Gorilla Hebrew's mother, she's phenotypically white and everything. But if you go back 200-300 years, that was an African woman she descended from.
Let's keep it a stack. She's not an elf here.
Yeah, I
We
doubt
don't
that's
know.
true.
We don't know though, because
But he said that he thinks it is.
said L.
He said, I think she's L. Like, nah.
Hey, Hebrew, Gorilla Hebrew, all you gotta do is show. Matter of fact, I'm gonna leave a comment on his YouTube. I'm gonna say, listen, man, what is your paternal clade according to you, 23andMe, and what is your maternal clade?
I
What does
already
it
asked
actually
the
say?
paternal. I haven't
Huh?
gotten a response yet.
He didn't even respond to you. But he responded to my comment on his channel. He responded, but it was about something else. But VA8 is a small slither of a chance that he's VA8, but it still wouldn't change anything because he's primarily European. That's still going. I mean, the origin of that is European. He's most likely M269. Let me share my screen real quick.
I should know that the name associated with Glaude in Acadia is LeBlanc, and there are lots of LeBlancs that come through, and LeBlanc itself is associated with the mixing with indigenous First Nations in the Maritimes. They actually adopted LeBlanc, which means white. So it's and the family tree Acadian DNA Y haplogroup analysis, which includes a lot of old samples, including the original LeBlanc, who has like 500,000 to 800,000 descendants throughout North America now. His haplogroup is RM239. I think that's the one. And it's from central western France, like west of Paris.
Right. So I'm gonna read this real quick. This is the Y chromosome Y chromosomal diversity in Haiti and Jamaica, contrasting levels of sex bias gene flow. It pretty much gives you the haplogroups here in the abstract. It says our results reveal that both study populations exhibit a predominantly South-Saharan paternal component, with haplogroups A1B, A3, B2, E1A, E1B1A, E2B, M98, and R1B2, VA8. So we do see that. This is a very, very rare lineage. It says comprising 77.2%, 66 to 66.7% of Haitian and Jamaican paternal gene pools, respectively. Yet European derived chromosomes, i.e., haplogroups G2A, P15, Ivry, the G twins, they have G2A, and they're from Louisiana, so maybe this is where they get this G2A stuff from, right?
Right.
IM258, and look what we have here: R1B, 1B, M269, and TM184, where were detected at commensurate levels in Haiti, 20.3%, in Jamaica, 18.9%, whereas Y haplogroups indicative of Chinese OM175 and Indian and LM20 ancestry were restricted to Jamaica. So again, we do see these haplogroups here. You do see V88, but I highly doubt he's V88 because that's a very rare lineage in the Americas. It's most likely M269.
If you go to the map on that one, it shows the ratio difference between the M269 and V88 on Haiti.
Oh, hold on. Let me get the.
Yeah, and the LeBlanc and a lot of the Acadian R's are haplogroup. It's also on the Globe. There's a Globe family, and there's an article specifically about Francois Marie Globe, who's the gentleman born in 1830 that he references. And it says the oldest Globe on record, Francois Marie Globe, was born in the state of Louisiana in and about 1830. No record has been found thus far that tells us who his parents were. However, in the 1870 census of the United States, he is listed as mulatto, having one white parent and one black parent. Born in Louisiana and born to parents who were also born in Louisiana. In approximately 1852, he married Juliette Mouton, who is believed to be the daughter of Louis Valsin Mouton of Carenco, Louisiana, and one of his female slaves. Juliette Mouton was also listed in the 1870 census of Louisiana as mulatto. To the union of Francois Globe and Juliette Mouton were born 13 children. This was a very large family indeed. Both Francois and Juliette Mouton were of French descent and spiced with African descent. What kind of language is that? Jesus. Sorry. The French language was spoken as the main form of communication, and the Creole twist of the language made it a separate language into itself. Yeah, so, and then it goes into, they're Catholic, where they were born. They were given land, and this is the Mouton plantation that got subdivided, I believe, after the Civil War. It was at the time it was called Vermillionville, and the widow of the slave master in question, she gave the family a part of land on the original plantation. In return, Louise took care of her until she died. So the families were very close. Yeah, that's the other information.
Somebody asked, do you have a YouTube page?
No.
No, he doesn't. But he's on Clubhouse a lot. So you said that man right there, that man related to his genealogy, the one that you said had R1B M269, or do you know?
Well, we don't know because his paternal line, the last record is 1830, but it states both on the summary I gave and on other people's family trees that have the same family tree as him, have his father being born in Louisiana in 1785. But I haven't been able to find a way to link from 1785 back. So it's guesswork as to where it came from. It's either it's a descendant of a male slave with V88 from 16th century Atlantic slave trade or late 18th century East African French slave trade, or it's from Acadia, which is, considering where he was born, that the town was founded by the Acadian refugees who got kicked out of Canada, right? And the name Claude was common use in Acadia in the centuries past, and it generally referred to Claude or people who were mixed French and Mikowa First Nation, and mostly it was French male fur traders intermixing with Mikowa women, like sanctioned. It was like they were in trade agreements and lived together. There's an entire people called the Métis who are like intermixed people. So that my theory would be that he's of our French lineage from Acadia, who mixed with Mikowa First Nations in Acadia, kicked out of Acadia, went via Haiti to Louisiana and settled there.
Yeah, that makes sense. Actually, that makes sense. But we got a stand in the chat, man. Hey, Raphael, go to SICARRI and tell him to post the entire DNA, man. Why is he hiding his Y chromosome? We already figured it out, man. We can give a proxy. It's M269, right? I would love to see his mitochondrial DNA, right? The scriptures, since y'all always want to bring up scriptures, y'all so scripture heavy. The scriptures say, be ye not ignorant of anything small or great, right? So let's examine that, man. Let's examine that. Let me show this chart. I have to go to ResearchGate to get this. Show this chart. So the VA8 chromosome, this paper shows you that the Y chromosomal diversity in Haiti and Jamaica. The VA8 chromosome is this slither here in Haiti. It's like red and black checkerboard. This is that slither of the composition of samples that they found. Small slither here, or a small piece of the pie here, if you will. Then you have this green slice of the pie, and I believe this represents R1B1B1 M269. This is that Western European marker. So it's found in Haiti, and it's found in Haiti at a higher frequency than R1B2VA8. Like it matters. They both R1B and they both ancestrally go back to Europe. Any way you try to slice it, but if you have the R1 or R1B, if you're African American and you have R1B, more likely you're going to fall into the M269 clade, which is known to be associated with Western Europeans, because Western Europeans pretty much copulated with a lot of African women's and introgressed over here into America and with slave populations that had children, right? A lot of the free black men were actually descendants of white slave masters and stuff of that nature. And then you had situations where rape did happen. Then you had situations where it was amicable to get married to a slave, or manumit your female slave and stuff of that nature. So different scenarios, but nonetheless, it all led to the same thing. You had Western European men having children with slaves or slave populations, right? So let me get Dr. Rick Kittles. Let me see if I can find Dr. Rick Kittles, his article where he explains that. And I think Dr. Rick Kittles is the best person to explain that, because he himself has a Western European marker.
My understanding is the mitochondrial DNA is overwhelmingly of African origin amongst people of African descent who were descendants of enslaved people in the Western Hemisphere, in North America in particular. And it's on the Y side that you see more European admixture, because more often than not, it was a European man, a slave owner or trader, who raped or had sex with a African woman. It's unusual for it to be the other way around, but it did happen as well. So, and so in addition to the minimal Y88 from the 17th century trade, we have an exact amount of 67 men from the East African trade into Louisiana. And note that that was Spanish and French. So this was exclusively in Louisiana. There wouldn't have been an East African trade into the British colonies. So it's either, if it's V88, it's from one of those 67 that landed in Louisiana, or from the few in centuries prior that some that got from Central East Africa were enslaved and transferred to West Africa, and then sold to European slave traders and then brought to the Caribbean.
The possibility of him being RV88 on his father's side and then L on his mother's side is slim to none.
Yeah. I mean, African Americans having European male forefathers is just a road that a lot of people are going to have to cross, and there's nothing wrong inherently with having this DNA. It's just eating people up that have racist views. All right, so this article here was written by Dr. Rick Kittles and others, right? Y chromosome lineages in men of West African descent. It says the early African experience in the Americas is marked by the transatlantic slave trade from 1619 to 1850 and the rise of the plantation system. The origins of enslaved Africans were largely dependent on European preferences, as well as the availability of potential laborers within Africa. Rice production was a key industry of many colonial South Carolina low country plantations. Accordingly, rice plantation owners with South Carolina often requested enslaved Africans from the so-called grain coast of Western Africa, Senegal to Sierra Leone. Studies on the African origins of the enslaved within other regions of the Americas have been limited. To address the issue of the origins of people of African descent within the Americas and understand more about the genetic heterogeneity present within Africa and the African diaspora, we type Y chromosome specific markers in 1,319 men, consisting of 508 West and Central Africans, 188 Caribbeans, 532 African Americans, and 91 European Americans. Principal component admixture analysis provides support for significant grain coast ancestry among African American men in South Carolina. African American men from DC and the Caribbean showed a closer affinity to populations from the Bight of Biafra. Furthermore, 30 to 40% of paternal lineages in African descent populations in Americas are of European ancestry. So about a third of African American men actually go back to Western European men. It's just a fact, man. It's empirical. You guys going against that, it's just like saying oxygen is not real. It says diverse West African ancestries and sex bias gene flow from European Americans have contributed greatly to the genetic heterogeneity of African populations throughout the Americas and has significant implications for gene mapping efforts for these populations. So I want to go to the discussion when they bring this up again. Let me go down. Is this it here? Right here, individuals of African descent within Americas have varied African origins and did have interactions with non-Africans, namely Europeans and indigenous Americans. European ancestry entered this social-political defined group due to the range of practices, including voluntary concubinage, marriage, and forced relations. European males predominated in this exchange, but sometimes European females were also involved. And if you guys have been paying attention to the episodes we did here recently, I showed the black belt of Alabama's DNA. Well, a lot of people submitted their DNA from that region in Alabama, and a lot of the women also had European haplogroups, right? But it's usually, like you said, European males predominate in that exchange. So you do find a lot of African males that have the same morphology or a similar morphology with quote-unquote Africans, but actually they descend from Europeans. And I'm going to show you guys some certificates from African ancestry where people are finding out that their paternal ancestry is from China and their maternal ancestry is from Native Indians. So you can't always just go off someone's looks. Let me keep reading. It says, these differences have likely resulted in a different population genetic histories. There have been few comprehensive studies that attempt to explore the genetic genealogical origins of African descent population in the United States and the Caribbean. Those studies that do consider origins generally only consider the mitochondrial locus. What's that noise? Oh, we lost that, brother. Okay. Hey, peace, Adam. We appreciate that, brother. It says, for example, examine the maternal genetic ancestries of African Americans. Their conclusions are largely congruent with the historical record that African Americans descend from West and West Central African populations. Within South America, specifically Brazil, the genetic data supports the same conclusion that African Brazilians also have West and West Central African origin, as well as some from Southeastern Africa. In comparison of genetic variation across the genome across continental population, the variation found outside of Africa by and large tends to be a subset of variation observed within the African population. This is generally attributed to African origin species and serial founder effects. So anyway, I wanted to bring that out about the European contribution that is found at 30 to 40% of male lineages. So 30 to 40% of African Americans paternally go back to Western Europeans, aka the people that y'all call white, people that y'all deem the devil. Some of you guys come from them, and you just got to revise your doctrine. That's all, man. Anybody want to give any comments or anything before we get out of here? It's getting late. Any commentary, anything y'all want to add before we get out of here? Avery? James, Moore.
Yeah, I'll say this. Like, so the you are who your father is doctrine got to change, and B, the 12 tribes chart doctrine got to change. All out, like, just off of this alone, right? So first and foremost, like, if you're claiming that you have like descent from the Akan, then you got to include Africa in your tribes chart, which you don't. So that's already It's a you already shot yourself in the face with that one, right? But with this here, fam, I don't know how. So you're on the street corners preaching the fact that our ancestors got raped and pillaged and all that type of stuff, but you don't want to deal with the actual genetic facts of the thing. Like these are the facts of when your people get raped by Europeans. This is what happens. This is what happens to you are who your father is. So again, you threw 60% of the people you talk to under the bus for the fact that you're a different haplogroup than them. And then want to go to this whole but we do everything by the spirit joint. So what was the need to throw everybody under the bus, fam?
Facts. Facts. Yeah, man.
No, go. You got it.
Now, I was just gonna say, man, it's just congruent with history, right? And you want to bring up, the white man raped us. Okay, what was the product of that rape? All right, you bearing witness to what's going on. And at the end of the day, I'm gonna keep saying this. We're gonna cover the rest of the video tomorrow. It doesn't matter about your haplogroup being European. No one's saying that you're inherently evil. We're just saying it's ironic that you have this European DNA and you're killing your whole doctrine is to, destroy these people, and you come from those people. You come from these people. You come from that stock. You descend from those people, and the evidence is pointing to that direction. And I implore you to actually show your DNA. R1B M269 is what I'm predicting it to be. All the evidence is pointing to that. And if your mother is ill, I think that's very eye-opening. It should be eye-opening to everyone in your camp and your organization, showing you that you can't just base things off of these social constructs. Because if she's a white Irish lady, she has ill, that's very eye-opening. Right? I mean, yeah, he did when he downed King Tut or whatnot, man, and said that it was incestuous. They're R1B. They share a common ancestry with you, not us. And maternally they got K, and K goes back to Europe. So just got to be more careful, man. And I got a message for you guys, because this could have been avoided easily. Y'all took out your time and studied. Instead of spending the majority of your time on the streets fighting white people and cussing them out and condemning them by virtue of their skin color. Sit down, drink some water, and read a goddamn book.